Good morning, distinguished delegates. I think we're ready to start the plenary this morning. So if the delegates could please take their seats so that we can start. We have very limited time today as the last day of the 11th session of the governing body. Just by way of starting, in accordance with the rules of procedure of the governing body, the chairperson shall preside at all sessions of the governing body and shall exercise such other functions as may be required to facilitate the work of the governing body. This is Rule 2.3 of the Rules of Procedure. The chairperson, if temporarily absent from a session or any part thereof, or temporarily unable to fulfill his or her intersessional duties, shall designate a vice chairperson to act as chairperson. A vice chairperson acting as chairperson shall have the same powers and duties as the chairperson. So in this context, the chairperson has nominated one of the vice chairpersons, Emily, to act in his stead for this plenary session this morning. So, Emily, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent, and good morning, distinguished delegates. I get the honour to ring the Swiss bell this morning, so thank you all. So order of procedure for this morning's plenary session is that we will start with agenda item 7 on the theme for the session, work to the couple of resolutions with a couple of paragraphs that are still outstanding, so that will be 16.4, cooperation with other bodies and organisations. Then we'll go to 17.2 on DSI, but only on one paragraph, noting that there's 3 other paragraphs that were designated to the Friends of the Co-Chair of the Multilateral System. And then head to looking at texts on the SDGs. So with that, I will commence agenda item 7 on the theme for this governing body session. Thank you, Secretariat. So what you will see here is a draft resolution. This is a Chair's proposal of a draft resolution taking into account the changes and suggestions made by contracting parties. The Chair consulted with the Bureau on this proposal to try and merge or consolidate text where it was similar in nature, and this is the outcome. So with that, I will open the floor on the first preambular paragraph. Malaysia.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm sorry I pressed the button by mistake. Sorry.
Thank you. Gabon. Paraguay.
Thank you, Chair. I have comments on Resolution 7 as far as substance and procedure. But before that, I would like to ask the Chair, speaking procedurally, we have some procedural questions with regard to extending the schedule of the conference to 10:30 p.m. tonight. What would be the appropriate moment to speak about that?
Thank you for the question, Paraguay. The Chair and the Secretariat will consider the time frame at lunchtime, noting that there's a couple of things happening in parallel with what we're doing here now and the progress that we've made at that, and we will come back to that in the plenary session after lunch.
Entiendo, pero
I understand, but some delegations are concerned with the substance when it comes to potentially extending the schedule, given that the schedule was supposed to end today. Earlier this afternoon, we all have flights tonight. You all know that there is a football game in Lima tonight, and so we need some extra time in order to reach the airports. My delegation also has questions about the required quorum to continue. Therefore, these are the types of questions that we have, and I don't have any issue talking about them after lunch, but they do seem like things that we should all be aware of, and I would like to bring that to the attention of the Secretariat. So, and also, what is the necessary quorum to continue, and does it include accredited delegations or delegations that are present? If the chair says that we should talk about this after lunch, then we will talk about it after lunch, but these are not minor issues, and they do require some attention in plenary. That said, I can move on to item 7 on our observations, and I would like to speak in Spanish because I believe that sometimes we have the bad habit as members and the Secretariat of all speaking English. And I would like to say that resolution number 7 is something that is available in Russian and Arabic, but not in Spanish today. And so this is a proposal from the chair. It's totally new as well, and that is why my delegation can negotiate in English or Spanish, but I don't know if all of the delegations that are Spanish-speaking have that possibility available to them. So I would like to ask, that is why I said that I have a procedural question. I would like to ask that the texts, above all, if they are proposals or initiatives from the chair, be provided in all languages. That said, I would like to share that in the preambular 6, it begins with affirming. We had a specific question with regard to what was said in the room, and we had some exchange with the U.S. delegation that wasn't reflected in the resolution, but we can speak more in detail once we reach that paragraph. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paraguay. Morocco.
Just wondering about the documents, but I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other requests for the floor for the first paragraph? If not, I'll take that as agreed. Second paragraph. Okay, no requests for the floor. I'll take the second paragraph as agreed. Third paragraph. Norway.
Thank you, Chair. This is a suggestion then to maybe include the whole Article 1.1 of the objectives, also to include after, excuse me, benefits arising out of their use in harmony with the Convention on Biological Diversity for Sustainable Agriculture and Food Security. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. I see no requests for the floor. I'll take that third paragraph as agreed. Fourth paragraph. France.
Good morning. Thank you very much. France regrets that the explanations of the growing challenges for food security has been deleted from the text, and so we would like to ask that it be put back. Thank you very much.
United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with France that we should have reference to all the growing challenges on food security there, and also agree that the text should go back. Thank you.
Burkina Faso.
Thank you. We also agree that these are important challenges to consider, and we should leave it as it is when explaining food security. Thank you very much.
Thank you, United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like that deleted and still removed from the text, please.
Thank you, Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although for the spirit of compromise, we were okay with the suggestion to not reference the specific challenges, although we believe these are important challenges. So we would agree with the suggestion to delete the specific category in the spirit of compromise. But if we are to list different growing challenges, Canada would like to add, after erosion, we would like to add water availability and quality. And then it would continue with biodiversity loss. Thank you.
Thank you, Paraguay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe we have many resolutions ahead of us, and we must be pragmatic as to the time we have. particularly that we've thought of extending the schedule and we haven't got to the major topics still being discussed outside this room. If we want a balanced solution, I think not everyone would like it, but let's try and agree on the laundry list. My delegation is okay with deleting it. If we're going to have a laundry list and refer to climate change, the drafting of the tribal climate change is the land degradation, soil degradation, and water quality are not at the same level as a tribal climate crisis, so we couldn't accept those add-ons. Thank you.
Thank you. Argentina.
Thank you. We completely agree with Paraguay. I regret not having taken the floor before to echo her concerns about the extension of the meeting. So we will wait until noon, but please know that this is not only their concern. Now, I also share with her the idea that we have to move fast. We were the one who have suggested the word global challenges. It's precisely because we have problems with the idea of a crisis and also with the idea of listing concepts that have not the same weight or the same degree of agreement. So I think that in the spirit of compromise and to move fast, the best idea would be, as the US has suggested, of deleting. Thank you.
Thank you. France.
Nous voudrions savoir pour quel motif il faudrait retirer ces éléments de la part des États-Unis. Merci.
We would like to know why we should eliminate the elements that explain the object of this resolution on biodiversity and that show what is at stake and that threatens biodiversity. Thank you.
We listed here, they don't have the same weights, and they suggest that we keep the biggest challenges, global challenges, such as climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. For me, those are three main global challenges we should keep in the text, and I support the position of France. Thank you.
The US.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we replace climate change with environmental challenges? We would not be supportive of that language that's up there right now, so we're requesting an alternate.
Paraguay.
Going to be a relief from French.
Problema con las listas.
This is the problem with the laundry list. When the letter we sent to Father Christmas, we all want our present or gift there. I mean, if we are going to use environmental challenges, well, that's different because the language agreed here will translate into languages for other fora, so we should also erase biodiversity loss and pollution if we admit environmental challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the UK and then France.
Thank you. I was going to go back to what we were saying previously, which was to list the biggest challenges. So not have environmental challenges there, because that is all encompassing. So have climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution. So that's what I feel that are the biggest challenges to food security.
I'll give France the floor and then I'm going to propose something.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the...
I thank the U.S. In the spirit of achieving a solution. We can talk about the major challenges, security, and also all others covered by this. But at least we would need a reference to consider food security.
Thank you. I suggest we bracket this paragraph and come back to it and keep moving on in the spirit of, so people can consider. The next paragraph, commencing with recognising. Argentina.
Sorry, I just asked for the floor before you closed the point. My suggestion was it's okay to leave it in brackets, but if we can't all of us reconsider the text that has been published today, it's the easiest one, it's the base ground, and it says, noting with concerns the growing challenges to food security and emphasizing the need for essential contributions. I think it's the best text that would feed us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Would that be acceptable to others? I'm getting some shakes of the head, so we'll keep that in brackets and we'll move on for now. Paragraph commencing in recognising. Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't understand which those global challenges are being referred to.
I think it's just a general reference because we haven't listed anything. I cannot see any other calls for the floor. Can we take this as agreed? Kenya?
When reading it, I'm not sure whether it's informing the reader what those global challenges are. It would have been better if we had agreed what those challenges were up there in the first paragraph, but we were recognizing then this will make meaning, and this makes reference to those challenges, but now it's statement that's telling nothing about everything. Thank you.
Do you have a suggestion for text?
We could, for now we could skip it, and once we agree on the first, this one will become very clear once we agree on the first statement. But forget this one for now because maybe I'm alone now, but I'm not sure whether I understand what those global challenges are. Thank you.
Okay, we'll bracket it and move on. Next paragraph, beginning with affirming. Lesotho.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. This paragraph, the way it reads, it doesn't. It needs something to be added. Maybe we could say recognizing the critical role of biodiversity, traditional knowledge, plant breeding research and innovation in addressing global challenges that are threatening food security or that threaten food security.
Kenya, are you okay with this?
It looks better, but perhaps we can move global because there are challenges that threaten food security that are not necessarily global.
Rwanda.
Thank you very much, Chair. Instead of removing these different global challenges, climate change, food insecurity, I would propose to keep them, but instead of including, make such as climate change, food insecurity, and so on and so on.
Thank you. I've got Paraguay, the United States and Sweden. Are these all for this paragraph or for the one with affirming?
It was for the next one because I thought we moved on, but then we came back. I can take the floor again. That's fine.
Thank you. United States, which paragraph?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since that one was getting modified, I thought that the draft that came out this morning was fairly simple and acceptable. If we can just go back to that bullet point and leave it at recognizing the critical role of biodiversity, traditional knowledge, plant breeding, research, and innovation in addressing global challenges, or challenges. I really don't think we need to go back to adding and deleting anything else there. Thank you.
Sweden.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I do believe it might be easier to deal with these interlinked issues as a package. And in the spirit of make a way forward, I propose to the Chair that we do that and that we take them at the same time at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this acceptable? We've linked these, the paragraph that commences with noting and the paragraph that commences with recognising, bracket them, come and address them as a package at the end. Rwanda.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. But my proposal, it is not there. I don't know why it was dropped.
Thank you. We'll bracket this paragraph and move on to the next one. Paragraph commencing in affirming. Paraguay.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we discussed this paragraph, I don't even remember when we'd had exchanges with the U.S. delegation, because we had proposed that since we talked about common responsibility and we don't want to people to think the common responsibility is not differentiated responsibility, we had asked to have a special reference made to CBDR. We had suggested eliminating the paragraph, and the U.S. said affirming the shared interest, and I thought that was a good compromise. But sometimes one delegation can't accept things that another one needs, so we would propose that amendment and we would be okay with the paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you. The United States.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. We want to affirm what Barbara said.
No requests for the floor. I take this as agreed. Next paragraph, commencing in recognising. I see no requests for the floor. I take that as agreed. Next one, acknowledging the critical role. Paraguay.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here the debate had been that some wanted it to be indigenous and local communities, as in IPNC. If I'm not mistaken, it was the U.S. delegation that requested for indigenous peoples as well as local communities. My delegation had requested a reference doc for this change, and the chair gave me the reference for the original language, indigenous and local communities. We were wondering where they got indigenous peoples as well as local communities from, because indigenous and local communities is standard agreement in many resolutions and UN treaties. So we believe this is subsequent to the current treaty, and it's a discussion that's being held within the farmers' rights meeting. This is the only resolution where we have indigenous peoples as well as local communities. In others worked on this week, we have indigenous and local communities. As a matter of consistency, I think we have to standardize the language, either that of the treaty or the other, but we can't have indigenous and local communities in one and indigenous peoples as well as local communities in another. We have to be consistent. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand that this terminology is across multiple resolutions, and there was a small group to discuss that. So if the rest of the paragraph is acceptable, I propose that we bracket that part of it and come back to that once we hear back from that small group. Sweden.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I just want to echo my colleague from Paraguay. Sweden is fine. with using treaty text in all these aspects. Thank you.
Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to reiterate what my colleagues from Sweden and Paraguay said. So although Canada would prefer having the language that is now on screen, we have agreed to revert back to treaty language, keeping in mind that these references might evolve in the future also in line of the terminology revision currently happening in the CBD forum. So reverting back to treaty language, I think, was the solution agreed in the Farmers' Rights Group. Thank you.
Thank you. Rwanda.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I propose to remove the comma which is between smallholder and the family farmers, because to make smallholder standalone, when it is standalone does not mean nothing, but when it is adjective of family farmers, it means something. It means that those farmers are smallholders. Not to put end, just to remove the comma.
I see no further requests for the floor, so my suggestion is that we bracket the reference to Indigenous people and local communities, take the rest of the paragraph agreed. We'll come back to that for the whole resolution. No, like for all the resolutions that have that text in it, and so that we can see that as a whole. Thank you. Next paragraph, acknowledging the essential contributions. Kenya.
Sorry, Madam Chair, for taking you back to the previous. It should read indigenous peoples and local communities. Peoples is missing from what we have put in the brackets. And
I think the Secretariat has put taken out the suggestion and just put in what was there originally. We're bracketing that and we'll come back to that.
all right.
Thank you. Paraguay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's on the previous paragraph that I have a comment. We are negotiating commas now, but the comma changes the content, but because this would only refer to smallholders that are also family farmers, and it excludes the smallholders who are not family farmers. So I think we should include that comma again. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that acceptable, Rwanda, with that explanation? Rwanda.
So, like I said earlier, if you have smallholder alone, it is meaningless. But if it is adjective of family farmers, now it have a meaning, because that's the family farmers which are smallholder. So that is why I propose to remove that comma.
I think the comment from Paraguay was that sorry, trying to find the right language. Taking out the comma limits smallholder to family farmers. Yep. Putting the comma in there, it says smallholders and family farmers. So it could be they can be smallholder family farmers, but also family farmers or smallholders. Is that acceptable with that explanation? Norway.
Thank you. I think it would also be useful to keep both terms. Could we perhaps consider putting in "and", smallholder and family farmers?
Thank you. United Kingdom.
Thank you. My suggestion, I also agree, it's good to keep both terms, and I'm thinking it might be sensible to say the critical role of smallholders with an S, comma, family farmers.
Rwanda, is that acceptable?
Yeah, now, because now it is in plural, now it can be acceptable. So, otherwise, previously, it was an adjective. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to the next paragraph. I see no calls for the floor. I take that as agreed. Next paragraph, emphasising the importance. I see no calls for the floor. I take that as agreed. Next paragraph. I see no calls for the floor. I take that as agreed. Next paragraph, reaffirming the importance of international cooperation. I see no calls for the floor. I take that as agreed. First operative paragraph. I see no calls for the floor. I take that as agreed. Second. Sweden.
Thank you, Chair. Just pointing out we have the same problem here, and I suggest we have the same language for Indigenous and local communities taken from the treaty text. Thank you.
Thank you. I note that's paragraph 3. Any concerns with the second paragraph? See no calls for the floor. I take that as agreed. Third paragraph, noting that there's reference here to Indigenous people as well as local communities, and I think we just make that consistent with the other one once we agree with those. But the rest of that, any concerns? I see no calls for the floor.
Sorry. I did not say Indigenous people as well as local communities.
Yep, I note that. I think we'll just make it consistent when we address it across the 2 paragraphs. And and other documents. I see no calls for the floor, so I take the rest of that paragraph as agreed, noting we'll come back to that reference. There's no changes in paragraph 4, paragraph 5. Norway?
We think it would be good to keep the original language here and to let that protect and promotes their rights and enhance their participation stays. Thank you.
United States?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would prefer to keep that deleted. Thank you.
Norway?
Yeah, maybe the delegate from the US could explain the rationale. We think it's very important to highlight that it's still a big gap, and the necessity to protect and promote the rights of women particularly is key. Thank you.
United States?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We remain dedicated to promoting the rights and empowerment of women and girls, but within the context of treaty decisions, where appropriate, we are insisting on having language that works and makes sense to us. Thank you.
Norway, with that explanation, are you comfortable with deleting Norway?
Thank you. No, we're not that comfortable with deleting this here. We think that waters out the real message, and maybe it'd be good to hear what other region thinks in this aspect.
I see no other calls for the floor. Can I suggest that Norway and the US discuss this paragraph and come back to us at the end?
Okay.
Thank you. There's no changes to paragraph 6, paragraph 7. Lesotho?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, to take you back to that paragraph. Lesotho proposes that we keep that protect and promote the rights and enhance. Thank you.
Can I suggest you join the discussion with Norway and the US on that paragraph then, please?
Thank you.
Back to operative paragraph 7. US?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back really quick on that, another reason why we don't want that language is because women's rights, the term women's rights are outside the scope of the treaty to begin with. So if that is an acceptable reason, we'd like to consider deleting that, as we would not be on board with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you discuss that with Norway and Lesotho, please? Thank you. I see no further calls for the floor. I take it that operative paragraph 7 is agreed. 8, with only the addition of the. I see no calls for the floor. I take that as agreed. Operative paragraph 9. I see no calls for the floor. I take that as agreed. 10. Kenya.
Sorry, madam, for taking you back to the previous one, Peru being a center of origin and diversification. I could prefer it reads being a center of origin and or diversity.
Can you just repeat where you're at? Sorry.
Paragraph 8 recognizes Peru as a center of origin or diversification of important crops. I was thinking we could have it as a center of origin and or diversity of important crops.
Thank you. I take that as agreed. Back to 10. United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the last edition, we would like to, we cannot support some of the language in there, but an alternate on number 10 is to say improved livelihoods through agriculture-led development. Thank you.
Uganda.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is about 9. Emphasizing the importance of building sustainable and resilient food systems grounded in diverse and nutritious crops. I think we need to add resilient agro-production systems. I would be okay if the climate adapted, I'm suggesting that we should add resilient production systems after nutritious crops.
Sustainable and resilient food system.
Can you just repeat the specific wording?
Resilient production systems.
Resilience.
I see no calls for the floor. I take that as acceptable. Thank you. US, can you just repeat your wording, please?
Improved livelihoods through agriculture-led developments. On the previous one, for just sentence flow, would you consider after 10, going back to 9, the word resilient systems appears twice. So if we can just to make it flow better, say emphasize the importance of building sustainable and resilient food and production systems grounded in diverse and nutritious crops, or diverse nutritious, just so it doesn't sound redundant. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that acceptable, Uganda?
Not so well, because the grounding of production is not only based on diverse and nutritious crops. The soils come in, the resilience in the production, I don't know how, but my thinking is, my issue is on the production bit. Because if you say it is grounded in diverse and nutritious, how about the process of producing the resilient agricultural systems? So maybe we could say sustainable food systems grounded in diverse and nutritious crops and resilient production systems. So we remove the resilient from sustainable and we bring it down here, because you can have all the diverse crops and nutritious crops, but your soils and the interaction therein cannot allow you to produce the foods. That's my perception.
Delete and
Uganda?
No.
No.
Are you remove?
Just look into the screen. Is this correct?
Is that acceptable, United States? Bhutan?
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering, the indigenous and traditional food there are highly nutritious, so therefore they have health benefits. If we can add those two words somewhere in this sentence, in this para, maybe we could write there, they offer great health benefits and economic opportunities.
Thank you. That's for operative paragraph 10.
Yes, yes.
Where would you insert that language?
Paragraph 10, third line, where they say, where it is mentioned that they offer great economic opportunities. So if we can add, they offer great, I mean, whether you want to add that great or not, but we can add this word health benefits somewhere here and economic opportunities.
France, is yours on 10 or 9?
9.
Okay. France?
Yes, thank you. So we couldn't accept the deletion of climate-adapted crops because they're not necessarily directly related to climate change. It's related to various climates. So we would ask to have diverse, nutritious, and climate-adapted crops together. Thank you.
United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would prefer to keep that bracketed if we can come back to that alternate wording. Thank you. I also had something for number 10.
Let me just close out number 9 first and I'll come back to you. Okay, we'll keep that bracketed on paragraph 9 and we'll come back to it. we'll move back to operative paragraph 10, and I'll okay.
Thank you, Chair. Could we go back to the paragraph 9? Actually, we support the statement made by friends because, could you please scroll up a little bit?
I did say we will bracket that,
Okay.
and we'll come back to that.
Okay.
Thank you. I see no calls for the floor for operative paragraph 10, United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we consider saying potentially offer great health benefits and economic opportunities? Thank you.
Paraguay.
Thank you, Chair. The U.S. delegation just solved my problem.
I see no further calls for the floor. I take this paragraph as agreed. Move to operative paragraph 11. I see no calls for the floor. I take this one as agreed. 12. I see no calls for the floor. I take that as agreed. 13. I see no calls for the floor. I take that as agreed. 14. I see no calls for the floor. I take that as agreed. $15. I see no calls for the floor. I take that as agreed. The new 15, given that we deleted the old one. I see no calls for the floor. I take that as agreed. 16. Sweden.
I would ask you to put this one also into the IP, Indigenous and local communities.
Yes, we will do that. We will make sure that the language is consistent across this document where those terms are reflected. Paraguay.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. The Swedish delegation also just solved my problem. I am a little concerned that it is now 11:20. We've spent almost all of the morning on one resolution on the motto of the conference, and I think that we all need to be aware of the fact that we are not here at 10 a.m. on Monday. This is Saturday. And we are now running the risk of continuing the conference even later. So we need to be extremely cognizant of the fact that time is ticking and be more flexible when it comes to new language and language that we know that for my other colleague is difficult and she's not going to be able to accept. The time has come.
Furniture from the fire and not let everything burn. Thank you.
Thank you. Colombia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colombia has the same concern when it comes to time. Many delegations have expressed the same. Yet, what we would like to state in this intervention is that we believe it's extremely important for us to maintain the language agreed on when it comes to Indigenous people and local communities, and the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples uses this terminology, and there were debates that were already held. The language exists. The decision 1114 also uses the same terminology, so we need to use language that was already agreed on and has been for many, many years, and not use Indigenous people as well as local communities when we already have agreed upon language for this topic. This will allow us to move forward and maintain the information, but we have IPLCs as the language that has already been included. If we could put that in brackets, that would perhaps be very useful. Indigenous people and local communities is the language that we had all agreed upon.
Thank you. As I noted, we will make sure that these words are consistent across all resolutions, and we will come back to this language and incorporate it into the resolutions once we have agreed language. Thank you, though. Kenya?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo the sentiments of the speakers who have just taken the floor. If I remember well, that language that we're talking about, the indigenous people and the local communities, was accepted yesterday and brackets lifted. Why should we start bracketing them in other documents? We're equally aware of that we don't have a lot of time, and therefore those unnecessary brackets are going to cost us in terms of time. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand it was a small group was formed to come up with an agreed terminology that we would use across all resolutions, and we will make sure that we are consistent and that is reflected here. Is the rest of this paragraph acceptable? I see no calls for the floor. I take that as the rest is acceptable, noting that we will come back to and ensure that it is common agreed language is reflected. France.
Yes, thank you. Are we going back to the block of all the text talking about the root causes of global food security? Yeah, the first one and then the other one. Are we having this discussion now?
Once we get to the end of the resolution. Germany. Thank you.
Sorry, we support France.
Can I take that we're in agreement with operative paragraph 17? Oh. Okay, can I make a suggestion on process? Noting the concerns raised regarding time, that instead of looping back to those paragraphs where we have not reached consensus, where it talks about climate change and global challenges, that we proceed with the list of documents that we need to go through, and then once we agree to those, we come back to these two paragraphs. I see no calls for the floor, so I take that we will proceed on that basis. So we will now move to, just bear with me. We just need to give the Secretariat a couple minutes to be able to get it up on the screen, but we will be moving to 16.4. There is an outstanding paragraph 5 bis. Thank you, Overa. So we're moving to 16.4, 5 bis. Uruguay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to keep the text until CIMET, and then continue with Togo's suggestion and invites the Secretary, so delete to there.
Togo.
Merci. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We agree with our colleague's proposal besides the Alliance of Biodiversity, there's also a fund for crops trust, and this is part of BGC CHR, sorry. And it's besides CHR, we should include the crop trust also.
It's okay. Is that reflective?
Oui, merci beaucoup. En fait, comme je le disais hier,
Thank you. As I said yesterday, the community of practice not only carries out its activities in Latin America, but also in Africa. That is why we wish to stick to germplasm banks and mention international organizations supporting these activities. Therefore, maybe we could say national germplasm banks, and I think it then says coordinated by the crop trust, CGIR, etc.
Can I take what you mean is welcomes the and then insert? So can you read it out for the Secretariat can you please read out the specific sentence so that the Secretariat can take note, please?
Okay.
Thanks.
CGI and crop trust. Et puis on va.
And then. For us, that would be okay.
Reflective of what you were saying?
Wish.
Yes. I want to highlight the fact that it's not only in Latin America, but that this exists in Africa. That's why I would not say Latin America and the Caribbean, because there are other gene banks under communities of practice elsewhere.
We had agreed upon language for this, and the U.S. had asked to bracket it. We are okay with the language. Thank you.
Tonga.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to add, I support delegation from Africa, and I just want to reword the wording. The committee also encourage contracting party to likewise recognize and support other regional communities of practice and networks that advance coordinations, comma, capacity building, comma, data enhancement, comma, and the conservation and sustainable use of BGRFA across all regions, comma, thereby ensuring balanced and effective implementation of the treaty. Thank you.
United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the previous recommendation be read as a complete resolution item? Again, I'm confused.
From Tonga, that's the last one. Tonga, can you please repeat?
Thank you. The committee also encouraged contracting parties to likewise recognize and support other regional communities of practice and work networks that advance coordinations, comma, capacity building, comma, data enhancement, comma, and the conservation and sustainable use of BGRFA across all nations, comma, thereby ensuring balanced and effective implementation of the treaty. Thank you.
Where would you suggest this is added? Where?
At the end. Yes.
United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would prefer not to have that language. It is very broad, and we cannot really ask to ensure anything. In sentiment, though, we feel that it is conveyed in the previous draft, which is what was modified yesterday. So we're not opposed to the core activities, but this language, we prefer to not include it. Thank you.
With that explanation, Tonga, and given that it's quite a bit of additional language, are you comfortable with not including it?
Yes, Madam Chair, because we thought that, you know, those that already deleted, we thought it's there. So that's why we want to add on those that I just read. But if the highlight, the yellow one that was deleted, we are okay with the language. Thank you.
CG.
Thank you, Chair. Very small thing. If we're going to go from speaking about just the Latin American community of practice of gene banks to generally, it's not the Alliance of Biodiversity and See It alone. In Africa, it's coordinated by Africa Rice and others. So if you could just put coordinated by CGIR, then our colleagues in other parts of the world will be happier. Yeah. Thank you.
Togo.
Oui, Madame la Présidente, excusez-moi.
Madam President, I apologize for revisiting this topic after some time has elapsed, but I would like to shorten this paragraph. I propose welcomes
Thank you. Uruguay, is this acceptable? Call. I see no other calls for the floor. Can I take that this paragraph is agreed? Thank you. We have now cleaned 16.4. We'll just give the Secretary a few moments to move to the...
We can be national donors or international.
Togo, can you turn your mic off?
Sorry, Chair. En fait, je voulais qu'on supprime dans international donors puisque
I would like to eliminate international donors because they could also be national as well as international. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Paraguay.
Thank you, Chair. This is mostly editorial, but I think we're missing a by before CGIR, blah, blah. Because it just says coordinated and then...
Thank you. So while the Secretariat saves that document and pulls up the next one, we're going to move to 17.2, 5 bis. Okay. I understand Brazil asked for the paragraphs around 5 bis. Have you had time to review? Brazil?
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our original proposal was to add a paragraph requesting the Secretariat to collaborate with the CBD Secretariat regarding DSI so as to promote consistency and mutual support among both committees on decisions related to CBD. We thank EU and Canada for suggesting the inclusion here, which we accept. We suggest to add this paragraph that mostly reflects the language contained in paragraph 18 of the last resolution on this topic, that is Resolution 13 of 2023, which would read as 5 bis.
Keeping with paragraph 18 of Resolution 13/2023, to continue to cooperate with the Secretary of the CBD, of Resolution to continue to cooperate with the Secretary of the CBD and its Nagoya Protocol, and to providing information on relevant international international treaty activities and coordinate, as appropriate, with the Secretariat of the CBD on issues related to DSI/GSD on genetic resources in order to promote mutual supportiveness between the respective conventions and implementing process and report to the governing body at its next session. Full stop. Thank you. Resolution 13.
Thank you. Brazil, United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just absorbing that, but we would like to have a phrase after mutual supportiveness that says, I'm trying to think how it is because I had it in context of the previous one. Mutual supportiveness and non-duplicative implementation. And the reason we are requesting this is that we prefer that the mutual, that there's not duplications between CBD and the treaty. Thank you.
United States.
Sorry, I just realized you'd have to delete "and implementing process" because we included implementation up there for flow. Thank you.
Germany.
I would like to put that in brackets because I feel that's also related on the ongoing consultations, how DSI would be addressed under the multilateral system. Thank you.
Noting that this paragraph is about coordination and collaboration with the Secretary of the CBD, and I don't know if it's directly related to the MLS. United States.
I believe you just addressed what I was going to ask. Thank you.
Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no problem with bracketing it as we await what's happening at the MLS, but perhaps at this point I need to raise our concern that time is running out. we are bracketing texts here, and there's not going to be enough time to solve all those issues. I think if those teams are unable to agree, we will request that a report is given back so that we make a decision on how to move forward. Thank you.
As this paragraph is largely repeating from the resolution of the last governing body, can we agree to it and not bracket it? Noting that there are other paragraphs that do relate to the multilateral system that we will come back to. Germany.
I think we are not in a position to accept that because we do not know what work will be done in this under the treaty. So what it means, for example, non-duplicative implementation and which activities are meant. So we would like to keep it in brackets. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll keep it in brackets. Thank you. We'll keep this in brackets and suspend this item. We'll just give the Secretariat time to get up the next document, but we're going to be moving to SDG, so I'm hoping that the small group has some text proposal for us. Thank you. So what the Secretariat has done has pulled together all the paragraphs that mention the SDGs in the resolutions and put them in one document so that we can look at them as a collective with regards to SDGs. So will someone from the small group United States?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of my colleague, we have come to an agreement, the U.S. and ERG, as was Argentina, with Argentina withholding, I believe, from the footnote text. In terms of the bracketed item, that needs to be deleted. And the new text should read, enhance coordination and cooperation with capacity development under international frameworks. So we are good. On the second, if we can move on to the second paragraph, 9.1, the new paragraph, and I can read that to you, recognizes the central role of the MLS in promoting the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic diversity, comma, and the fair and equitable sharing of benefit arising from their use, comma, and encourages continued reporting to enhance policy coherence, and visibility of the MLS's contributions. There's an apostrophe as to the MLS. To the KMGBF and maintaining the genetic diversity of seeds and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from the utilization of genetic resources. That's the footnote text. Reference is made to SDGs 2.5 and 15.6, and I believe Argentina is going to refrain from that. Equitable sharing. Do you want me to repeat the part after equitable sharing? It is maintaining the genetic diversity of seeds. It currently just says diversity.
Thank you.
And there is a footnote. The footnote text will read, references made to SDGs 2.5 and 15.6. Can we move to the next one?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. On 15L1, para 7, recalling paragraph 5 of Resolution 9, 2023. Further invites FAO to continue its support of the IT as a key international instrument for conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits. Arising from their use, comma, recognizing that the reporting under the treaty contributes to FAO's role in monitoring progress toward the achievement of international frameworks addressing food security, comma, biodiversity, comma, and conservation. Footnote. Reference is made to SDGs 2 and 5. The next one, on number 15. Okay. We delete in line with the KM, the entire thing, and the sentence will end at genetic resources. We don't have the other one because end to explore. Oh. We do keep possible synergies in monitoring in brackets, yes. So we're on the next one. Including, comma, Inter alia, there you have it. And then we cancel the bracketed text. Actually, yes, correct. These are all the changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we'll move back to the first one and walk our way through them and see, so people have a chance to react to them. So the first one will be from item 6.1. Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Seems to me like there is some debate that I lost along the way. I was just commenting on the one that is on 21, which is referring to targets 2.5 and 5.6. I was wondering, MLS, it does make significant contributions to those SDGs, and why we want just to relegate them to footnotes.
Can you come back to that one when we get to that one? Let's just focus on 6.1 for the moment so that we can get that one cleaned.
All right.
And then we'll make our way through them. Thank you. Sweden.
My comment was also on a later item.
United Kingdom.
Thank you. We've had a long discussion on this with the US, Finland and Norway yesterday, which is really constructive. So I'd like to thank them for that. And we were pleased, we were content to delete this reference to the 2030 agenda and SDGs in this paragraph, with the addition, as we discussed on the other paragraphs. So we're content with this. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other calls for the floor, so I can take that this paragraph is agreed. Thank you. We'll move on to 9.1, but can I just make the reference that we've had long discussions outside of this, so I call people to consider it and not go into a long debate in this forum as well, if possible. Thank you. Sweden.
Yes, we just think that in the last sentence it's mentioned seeds, and we think that Annex 1 crops is not limited to seeds, so it should be PGRFA instead.
Thank you. I see no other calls for the floor. Can I take that this paragraph is agreed? United Kingdom.
We originally discussed with the US to actually put in a reference to the SDGs 2.5 and 15.6 in the text rather than a footnote. So I'm just wondering whether that is acceptable, or we have to have a footnote.
Thank you. I think the agreement was that it would be in a footnote for the other delegations to accept the reference.
Thank you.
I see no further calls for the floor. I'll take that this is agreed, and we'll move on to the next one. Item 15. I see no calls for the floor. Can I take that this is agreed? Thank you. Item 16.3. United Kingdom.
Sorry, just going back to that previous paragraph, I think it should be SDGs 2 and 15 in the footnote rather than 2 and 5. Thank you.
Thank you. United States.
Can we confirm that really quick?
Yes. $16.3. I see no calls for the floor. I take this is agreed. Item 18. I see no calls for the floor. I take this is agreed. Thank you very much, everyone. So other than just making sure we've got the references right to the SDG numbers, thank you very much. We've agreed all these texts. Let me just confer with the Secretariat on where we are going next. United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We apologize. It should have been SDGs 2 and 15. Thank you to UK for flagging it.
Thank you. Okay, while the Secretariat makes that amendment, we've agreed to all those texts. Thank you very much, everyone. I'll move back to references to Indigenous people and local communities. I understand there's not consensus, so my proposal is that where these are referenced in the resolutions, all the resolutions, we fall back to treaty language. That has it's treaty language. If that is agreeable by everyone, the Secretariat will reflect that in all the resolutions that reflect that have that language. I see no calls for the floor, so I take that that is agreed that we will reflect the treaty language of Indigenous and local communities where that is referenced. Thank you very much. We'll move back to item 7 and the outstanding paragraphs. So I'll just give the Secretariat a minute to pull that back up for us. Okay, thank you. It's now on the screen. So we'll start with the 2 preambular paragraphs that are linked. So preambular paragraph 4 and 5. France?
Yes, thank you. I looked at the whole resolution, and I think for us the most important would be to keep the language in this paragraph, the 4th paragraph, so starting with noting. We could go along with concern the growing challenges to food security from environmental challenges such as, and then we would like to cite the other issues. So from environmental challenges such as climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, and other facets of the multidimensional global crisis. Yeah, we could be flexible on the rest of the resolution. We have noted that we have deleted the word climate change 6 times over the whole resolution. So if we have this first paragraph, we could go along with the other deletion. Otherwise, we couldn't, because it's systematic deletion of all paragraphs citing climate change. So this introductory paragraph will be fine. Thank you. United States.
Thank you, Chair. I understand that there may have been announcement by the chair earlier that there was a plan to take all references to climate change and global challenges kind of as a package and to come up with a common approach. That is the understanding of the U.S. So at this, given that we, and I think other references to those terms, climate change and global challenges, that we cannot at present accept the proposed insertion of this language here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Tanzania.
Thank you, Chair. Je voudrais juste proposer d'ajouter climate resilient food system at the, for sustainable and climate resilient food system.
Turkey. The mic's not working. Turkey, can we give the mic?
No. Okay. Keep the reference to climate change here in the text and support the formulation suggested by France. We believe that we are faced with challenges such as global challenges such as population growth, climate change and biodiversity loss, which is undoubtedly harmful to environment. So we need to retain the text with a reference to climate change. Thank you.
United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. Just reiterating, I agree with France and Turkey. It's important to note these global challenges and list them as they are. They're the sort of the biggest ones that we've picked out. There's a lot more as well. So we would like to reference climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution in there. So retain the text as it stands. Thank you.
Germany.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to express that we also align with France, Turkey, and UK. Thank you.
Tunisia.
Sorry, Chair, my proposition was climate resilient, not resistant. Thank you.
Thank you. Spain.
Thank you, Chair. I will support the French intervention before. Thank you.
Thank you. India.
Thank you, Chair. I think among the various components of environmental challenges,
The shrinking and degrading natural resources is also one of the big challenge, where the depletion of water table, the decreasing or shrinking the cultivable area because of the urbanization and other issues. So that can be one of the challenge that can be added. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to note we're not trying to make a big shopping list. We don't want to keep adding things to the list. We're trying to compromise, come to a compromise and shorten or consolidate the list. So I would like, I've got 4 contracting parties that got more now, 5. I'm going to close it there though. Once we hear from them, I'll suggest a way forward. United Arab Emirates.
We support the intervention of France, Tunisia, and the UK regarding the addition of climate change. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Libya. Can we please give the floor to Libya?
شكرا. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We do support the interventions from Tunisia and France. Thank you.
Iran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the environmental challenges already include pollution. Then you can remove the pollution and instead stay the environmental challenges. Thank you.
Bhutan.
Thank you, Chair. We'd like to maintain the major components mentioned there, the challenges. Climate change, land degradation, soil erosion, biodiversity, and then other facets of multi-dimensional global crisis could include what the India wanted to include, can come under this, I think. Thank you.
I have Paraguay.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And now I'm going to speak in English for practical reasons.
That perfect is the enemy of the possible. We have spent almost the entire morning in this resolution. May I recall that we are still having to decide on major issues, and this resolution is on the theme of the conference. I'm starting to regret not having supported Argentina's proposals that we don't have a resolution and we just adopt the theme, because it would have saved us the entire morning. At this stage, I know we all have our preferences, like I said, on the Christmas tree, but consensus is the minimum acceptable to everyone. We can go along with environmental challenges, but that includes the laundry list, so no listing. We can go with the 3 major challenges which is agreed language, and that is about it. Half of the agreed language plus environmental challenges plus another half of the Christmas tree. We are going to be here until 10:30 and just discussing this resolution. Thank you.
I have France and then Morocco, and then I'm going to close the floor.
Yes, thank you. And I could echo what Paraguay just said, so I would warmly thank my colleagues in the US for the compromise, and we could go along with environmental challenges such as climate change, biodiversity loss, and yeah, maybe another one if another one is important, but having it simplified that way, and then it would be great. Thank you.
Morocco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the statement of Paraguay. We are probably passing a lot of time in this small items, I would say. There are some big issues. And we agreed at the beginning, and I suggested that the three main environmental challenges are climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And we should not discuss more in this probably and go ahead and have other resolutions which are more important. Thank you, Madam Chair.
United States, is the suggestion by France acceptable or not?
Thank you, Chair. To clarify, the U.S. Position, we're not, we cannot accept references to climate change. I haven't been involved in all the discussions this week related to these references. I do understand that there are some agreements that have been made. I would say for consistency and in the interest of time that we do not renegotiate or try to align ourselves with what has been agreed upon in the other groups, if that's helpful, Chair.
Do you have the language of what was agreed in other groups? United States.
Thank you, Chair. If I can have a moment to confer. I know a lot of our delegation is struggling to participate in different concurrent sessions, but if I may have a minute, I do understand that we can accept references to environmental challenges or threats to agriculture, but my understanding is we're not in a position to accept explicit and general references to climate change. Thank you, Chair.
France.
Yes, thank you. And thank you to the US for the explanation. As I mentioned earlier, we have accepted the deletion of the reference to climate change 6 times over this resolution. So in the spirit of compromise, if we could accept that one addition, it's not an addition actually, this one reference, then it would be perfect. Citing as simple as it is now, and then move on and accept the other deletion.
Thank you. Thank you. My proposal is, unless the US has had a chance to confer, we'll give them a chance to confer. We'll move on. There's a couple other sections of this resolution that we have to resolve. We'll move on to those, and then we will see if they get a chance to confer. Okay, the two outstanding paragraphs are operative paragraph 5 and operative paragraph 9. I note that in operative paragraph 5, I had requested that Norway, the US and others discuss, so have they had a chance to confer and come to a consensus on operative paragraph 5? Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, we didn't yet have time to discuss during the session, but we have a suggestion to use the language from Article 9(2)(c), and we've suggested that to the US colleagues. Thank you. So we'll look at it in the break and come back to you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to operative paragraph 9. Tunisia.
Merci Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could we please go back to the same expression used in the other paragraph, and I'm going to read. So in that case, we will be using the same expression as in the other paragraph. Thank you.
Je me référais à la première partie, secrétaire.
I'm referring to the first part. Just after building.
Eswatini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, delegates. I was just having a suggestion, probably, on replacing climate change with climate calamities, probably, if it's acceptable.
Thank you. Can we remove the brackets in operative paragraph 9? United States.
Thank you, Chair. As an update, I have received feedback that the language and other documents that has been agreed to is a reference to environmental challenge. So at this point, I think whether it's the current paragraph or the prior paragraph and France's proposal, as far as we can get, given the instructions I've received, is to bracket or to delete outright such references, or to use environmental challenges as a potential alternative. But my sense is that that's the best we can do right now. And again, echoing what others have said in terms of the time issue, that if there is a way of packaging all references to climate and coming up with a common solution, as we understand has been achieved with reference to indigenous peoples, and local communities. If that may save us some time, um, uh, maybe we can also continue to entertain that as an option. Thank you, Chair.
Can I suggest that the United States and France and others that want to join them have a bit more of a conversation about the references to climate and climate change, and whether it's in this resolution or if it's more broader, so that we can come up with a agreed terminology as we have for other things. Thank you all. I can see colleagues are still discussing some issues. I'll just give them a few more minutes and then we'll continue. Thank you all. I can see that conversations are still going. So while they do that, I will just say what is going to happen after lunch. So we'll come back at 3 o'clock and we'll address the issues that a number of contracting parties have raised around the organisation of work. We'll get a report back on farmers' rights as well as the conservation of sustainable use, and hopefully we can progress those items. quite ready to present something to plenary, so we'll break for lunch. Budget Committee's meeting at 1:30, and the Friends of the Chair on the Conservation of Sustainable Use is meeting at 2, and we'll come back here at 3. Thank you all.
Dear colleagues, a welcome to the afternoon session of the plenary. I hope you had a good plenary session this morning. I'm sure Emily did a wonderful job. So the program for this afternoon is we're going to hear back from the small groups, the remaining two. We have, I think, a proposal on agenda item 7 concerning climate change. We have the draft resolution for the work program and budget we can address today. We can, if we receive all the one remaining nomination for the compliance committee, we can do the election of the compliance committee members. What else do we I think we take it as far. My intention is to finish this session as swiftly as we can. We know there are important events going on in this region, and therefore some of our colleagues will have to leave, and we certainly would like to have them in the room when we come to the final matters. So I really hope we can move on swiftly. I just can inform the friends of the chair on the multilateral system. They worked really very hard, and we do have a text developed which we now clean up and will then at a later stage circulate. So that concerns the entire item 9.2 and related paragraphs in different resolutions. So there is was a important piece of work going on. With that, let me hear from the farmers' rights, Friends of the Chair group. Can I give the floor to the Netherlands or Malawi? Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. I'm not really sure anymore what day it is, and evening, morning. Well, we're just here, so reporting back from our own mini governing body on farmers' rights, it seems. Thank you very much for the colleagues for being so cooperative and coming up with compromises. So can be quite brief. So on the draft resolution, we have one paragraph pending in the preamble because we have to decide on the draft strategy. So this paragraph refers to it, that's pending. Then there's paragraph 9, which is referring to having days or international days or national days on the observance of farmers for PGRV or days on farmers' rights, and we would like to bring that discussion to plenary. So that's paragraph 9 in the draft strategy. And we had a very good discussion on what could be the tasks for the intersessional work, which will be in an ad hoc technical expert group. And we found a package that is hopefully agreeable, very focused, not to burden the Secretariat and also not this group, and have good quality outcomes. So there was support for developing an action plan on the gaps and needs that come from the assessment. And for the second part, I hope the Secretariat is sending me the exact text. No, but I can describe it. It's to draft an outline or a framework to organize webinars intersessionally and there would be two, and they would be focused on different seat distribution and PVP. And then the last one, so the third task for the intersessional ATAC would be to explore the possibility of having a standing committee on farmers' rights and also develop a work plan. There's more text on it, but those are the three elements. So that would be the proposal to go forward. And I have to say it's a very delicate compromise. I think everybody has put in something and had to really find a way forward, and it's been a good experience. So thank you again to those colleagues. And we've had different groups. We had standing groups of friends of the draft strategy. We tried every format. Yeah, sorry also for the other stakeholders that they had to wait for us to come up with this. And then on the draft strategy, we found a way forward as well, but we have to bring 3 brackets in the text forward to plenary. Do you want me to point them out? So in the draft strategy, there are brackets around the paragraph in part B, small Roman 2, which is directing activities to contracting parties and stakeholders. The second one is in part D, small Roman 1, with activities for the Secretariat. And a final one, D, small Roman 1, addressed for contracting parties. And again here, we actually spent quite a bit of time on getting final compromise, and it just happened in the hallway, I think. So if we could look into those paragraphs, then hopefully it can be resolved, and we have the draft resolution as well. Thank you very much. I hope it was clear.
Thank you very much, Kim. Modesta, you would like to supplement? Malawi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. That's pretty much what we had looked at in the contract in the Friends of the Co-Chair group. And indeed, we managed to work through our main stopping points and worked towards a compromise, especially in the strategy by coming up with a package that is going to help us answer the problems that we had. Sure. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if I understand it correctly, you would like to have a little bit more time to resolve the last things. So thank you very much. Then we take it that we will, you bring the proposal to the floor of plenary. Thank you. We take that on board. Thank you very much for the good spirit of cooperation and consensus finding. We're going to look at your work with a great pleasure. Thank you for that. I move to the report from the chair of the Friends on conservation and sustainable use. Australia, Emily, of the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon all. The Friends of the Chair group on the conservation of sustainable use met over lunchtime, noting that we did not have representation from all regions given the extensive consultation that has already happened over this governing body and the time that we have left. We decided to continue to try and clean up the resolution, noting that there was only a small number of paragraphs or parts of paragraphs that still had to be tidied up. So we managed to clean up the draft resolution and the terms of reference for the intersessional work. I do note that since the Friends of the Chairs met, the representative from GRULAC has had a chance to review what the Friends Friends of the Chair group did, and we'll have one small addition. One small addition when we get to that item, but I believe we can take the resolution to plenary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily. Thank you for this good news as well. So we will take the result of your hard work to plenary as well. Thank you for that. I would like to turn now to agenda item 7. There is a remaining point on, I think it was climate change. Could you please pull up the resolution? Thank you. Thank you very much. So agenda item 7, there was a group, I think, between the US and France working on compromise text. I see France ask for the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we could go along with a different wording that we discussed over lunch. So maybe we could... So it would be noting with concern the global challenges, the growing global challenges to food security, such as changing environmental conditions and emphasizing the need for essential contribution of conservation. Yes, then we would delay the rest up to emphasizing. Emphasizing the need. No.
Franz, could you please repeat a bit slower the first part as well?
Noting with concern the growing global challenges to food security, such as changing environmental conditions, and emphasizing the need for essential contribution of conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA for sustainable and resilient food system. If it's agreeable with the US, we could go along with this proposition.
Thank you very much. France, United States.
Thank you, Chair. We agree.
Thank you, the United States. Don't have any requests for the floor, so this language is agreed. Thank you very much. So we have the next paragraph recognizing what would happen with this one. US.
Chair, we recommend replacing climate change with environmental stress or something similar. Thank you. Or you could remove it.
Thank you, US.
Sorry, Chair, I've neglected to say that we also wanted deletion of poverty alleviation, which is alleviation, because we thought it was out of context.
Thank you, US. I have France, followed by Paraguay. France.
Yes, sorry, quickly, it was just for the paragraph above, I think there's just a typo from has to be deleted, but that's it. Such as changing environmental condition. There, in between there is the word from, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, France. Paraguay, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. We had agreed to address both paragraphs together. My delegation favored some sort of listing in the above paragraph. There was a compromise between France and the US, and we can live with that. However, the list we don't think is appropriate, and doesn't make much sense either. I mean, the threatening of food security is food insecurity itself. That's what it says. I wouldn't suggest going into a discussion as to lists and erase all what comes after food safety. We would end the paragraph, as she said, because as it stands now, it doesn't make much sense.
We need to delete the thing. And we need to delete everything that's after food security, because otherwise we can just leave it at such as environmental conditions, but it's repetitive with the paragraph above. And the erosion of agricultural diversity. What is agricultural diversity?
Thank you for your proposal to delete the entire text, the listing, the entire text after food security. Sweden, you have the floor.
Thank you. My points have been taken up by previous speakers.
Thank you, Sweden. Argentina, floor is yours. Please give the mic to Argentina.
Okay, there it goes. Well, a little bit in line with the idea that it doesn't make any sense in the way that it's written now. It's like there has been too many touches and retouches that led to an absurd result. We think that the proposal of Paraguay is quite neat and easy, so we will support it. And also a similar comment regarding the second sentence of the paragraph above that says, if I'm reading it well, it says emphasizing the need for essential contributions of conservation. Is that what we intended to write? So,
I think that should be to conservation and sustainable use.
So that's all.
Thank you very much, Argentina. I have the US. US doesn't need the floor, so let's try to clean up that text. So we would delete everything after food security and would accept the other proposed changes as well, meaning recognizing the critical role of biodiversity, traditional knowledge, plant breeding, research and innovation in addressing challenges that threaten food security, full stop. I don't see the request for the floor, so decided. You can lift the brackets. Thank you. We move down to paragraph 9. Paraguay.
Thank you, Chair. We could accept the first two brackets to be removed, not the one at the end of the sentence. Who defines that any crop is grown in a sustainable manner? Thank you.
Thank you, Paraguay. After the United States.
Thank you, Chair. We would like the reference to climate be replaced by other words, even in climate resilient food systems. Thank you. And the rest of the sentence. Thank you.
As I don't see any request for the floor for ideas, I try to just delete climate and keep resilient food systems. And then I would say just nutritious and crops adapted to a changing environment. And there was a proposal to delete exactly this phrase. So, India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. What I suggest, two things. One is that we should always mention that building resilient agriculture and food system, not only food system. And rather than saying that grounded in nutritious crops, that's a very difficult how to find out which are nutritious and not. So that I think climate resilient crops is good enough.
So there's the proposal to delete in diverse nutritious. I think do we keep diverse, which is they delete nutritious? India, you have the floor.
Sorry. Yeah, I could not follow. Can you repeat again?
I didn't understand. Do you want to delete diverse nutritious or just nutritious?
Just nutritious.
Just nutritious. United States, you have the floor.
An alternate suggestion is to state emphasizes the importance of building sustainable and resilient food systems that are grounded in diverse and nutritious crops. Adapt and keep the rest.
Could you repeat, please? Sorry.
Emphasizes the importance of building sustainable and resilient food systems grounded in diverse and nutritious crops, or we could keep only diverse crops or nutritious crops, either, but I just wanted to fix the first part of it, if it's okay.
Thank you very much. India, you have the floor.
Yeah, that we would not support using nutritious rather than diverse and climate resilient crops, and we should just delete the remaining para. Diverse and climate resilient crops.
Hey, thank you very much. We do understand that climate resilient does not fly, so I would suggest to you something, but I give the floor to Ecuador first.
Thank you, Chair. In our case, we would like to talk about diverse and nutritious. We're talking about crops that are known as superfoods, and it's extremely important for them to be both diverse and nutritious in this text. both of those terms need to be there. We do not agree with removing nutritious, and we strongly support leaving both terms, diverse and nutritious, in the text.
United States.
We support leaving both, but we cannot have climate adapted, and I was going to offer if we can delete it, that would be great because it just fits the sentence better.
Thank you very much. India, you have the floor.
No, just.
Thank you very much. So I don't see any further requests for the floor. What I tried to do is clean up the text. So we would accept the agriculture and food systems grounded in diverse and nutritious, if that's acceptable. Then delete the and. We will go on crops adapted to a changing environment. And there we would lift the brackets. I don't see any requests for the floor. I take it this text is accepted. Thank you very much. Secretary, just please clean it. India, you have the floor.
Are we continuing with that resilient production system?
You saw my hesitation. If you,
I think adapted to a changing environment, there should be full stop, and the resilient production system should be deleted.
Thank you very much. We delete and resilient production systems. I think now it reads better. Thank you. I don't see any requests for the floor, so that is accepted. Thank you. We have a clean text. So with that, I think we approved the resolution of draft resolution concerning the theme of the session. Thank you very much. One more clean document to go to plenary. Maybe not. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I believe there was an unresolved issue in paragraph 5, if I'm not mistaken. It was a suggestion to delete what you see in yellow now, and we've consulted a bit over the break, and we would be okay with that deletion.
Thank you very much for your flexibility, Norway. So that is deleted, and thank you for raising the point that this was open. With that, we approve it and move it to a adoption in plenary later today.
It's a YouTube stream.
I would like to move to the report of the Credentials Committee. If I could request the chair of the Credentials Committee to provide the report, please. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the Credentials Committee, I'm happy to introduce the report. The governing body elected 7 members of the Credentials Committee for the following contracting parties: Bob Krijken from the Netherlands, representing Europe; Lara Fazzolari from Argentina, representing GRULAC; Asta Tamang from Bhutan, representing Asia; Tembinkosi Gumentse from Eswatini, representing Africa; Matteo Lona from Tuvalu, representing the Southwest Pacific; Aisha Dasmal Al-Kuwari from Qatar, representing the Near East; and myself, Catherine Blanchard from Canada, representing North America. The Credentials Committee met on 25th and 27th of November to review the credentials submitted by contracting parties attending the 11th session of the governing body. The Credentials Committee noted the content of Rule 3 of FAO's General Rules of the Organization on Delegations and Credentials, as well as the practice and criteria followed by FAO with respect to the acceptance of credentials, in line with the practice of the General Assembly of the United Nations on the matter. The Credentials Committee recommends the acceptance of 86 credentials in accordance with the FAO rules. The number to establish a quorum for the meeting was set at 78 in accordance with Article 19.8 of the International Treaty. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to the members of the committee and to the Secretariat for facilitating our work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Canada. I would like to thank the Credential Committee for the work accomplished and for your report. With that, the plenary notes your report. Thank you very much. I would like now to move to agenda item 18, which is the adoption of the work program and budget. I would like to invite the co-chairs of the budget committee to present the outcomes of the committee's discussion based on the review and the financial implications of relevant resolutions adopted at the session. Jackie, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. The Budget Committee met 5 times over the week with a task to review all relevant documents and finalize the core administrative budget for the next biennium. The discussions were held in a very constructive manner, and I would like to express my appreciation to my co-chair, Mr. Arif Suharman from Indonesia, and all the committee members for their dedication to fulfill the committee's mandate and a good spirit of cooperation. Following the guidance from the Bureau, the Secretary had prepared the budget at 0 nominal growth as compared to the current biennium. In this context, the committee acknowledged the current difficult financial circumstances in many countries and reached an agreement on the level and funding of the budget for the next biennium. Therefore, the committee also proposes the 0 nominal growth budget for the next biennium. We also took note of the list of projects and activities recommended for support through the Special Fund for Agreed Purposes. In this regard, the committee discussed the work areas and their indicative estimated costs. We reconfirmed that the projects and activities are presented for planning purposes only and for possible donor funding without making any priorities among them. Therefore, the Budget Committee proposes to insert relevant text in this regard as a chapeau of the list of recommended donor-supported projects and activities. The committee also discussed the information related to the mechanisms and approaches to improve the rate of contributions to the core administrative budget. Noting that this issue is critically important to the long-term sustainability and operational stability of the international treaty, the Budget Committee provided relevant text in the draft resolution. The Budget Committee reviewed the text of the draft resolution and its annexes and prepared a consolidated proposal for consideration by the governing body. There are 3 annexes to the draft resolution. Annex 1 contains the draft work program and core administrative budget for the years 2026 and 2027. There is an addendum to this Annex 1, and it contains donor-supported activities under the Special Fund for Agreed Purposes. There is Annex 2, and that contains the staffing structure of the Secretariat for the next biennium. And there is Annex 3, and it contains the indicative scale of contributions of contracting parties. Finally, the Secretary had prepared a proposed budget and modalities for funding the take-off phase of the enhanced multilateral system, if adopted. However, since the decision on the package of measures for the enhanced multilateral system is still pending at this point in time, the Budget Committee has agreed to submit the draft resolution for the core administrative budget without the elements related to the multilateral system enhancement. Nevertheless, if the package of measures on MLS is adopted later today, the Budget Committee has also prepared the supplementary work program and budget for the next biennium to address the initial phase of implementation of these measures as a separate addendum resolution for the consideration of the governing body. This separate addendum resolution will be presented to the governing body along later with the package on the MLS system. Given the very delicate balance that we have achieved in the agreed draft budget, and on behalf of the members of the committee, I would like to invite the governing body to approve the proposed work program and budget by adopting the draft resolution and its annexes in one block. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, co-chairs of the Budget Committee, and my thanks to the Budget Committee for its work, its hard work. I'd like to open the floor. Denmark, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak on behalf of the European Regional Group. We thank the Secretariat for preparing the working document to this agenda item. Regarding the financial report of the biennium 2024-2025, we note with regret that only 64% of the contracting parties have contributed into the core administrative budget. We note with concern that due to insufficient contributions to the core administrative budget, the implementation of the work program is increasingly relying on extra budgetary funds to achieve its expected results. This poses a significant risk to the long-term sustainability and operational to the treaty. We request that the Secretariat increases transparency by presenting a detailed account of the measures being taken to address the funding gaps in the core administrative budget in order to increase the number of contracting parties contributing to the core budget. We encourage the development of a financial plan aimed at reducing dependence on extra budgetary funds. Therefore, we encourage those contracting parties that have not contributed to do so, and also encourage contracting parties to pay the amount suggested by the indicative scale of the core administrative budget in order to create conditions for enhanced implementation of the treaty. We thank the FAO for its continued support to the implementation of the treaty and encourage it to reflect the crucial importance of the treaty in future budgetary allocations. We appreciate the generous contributions from Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, Qatar, Spain, Sweden, and Switzerland, and the Global Crop Diversity Trust to the Special Fund for Agreed Purposes and the Special Fund to support the participation of developing country contracting parties in this governing body session. We thank the Secretariat for looking into different possibilities to encourage contracting parties to contribute to the core administrative budget. we request the Secretariat to provide information about experiences in applying the different measures in other international fora, and further request the Bureau, with the help of the Secretariat, to develop a proposal for consideration at the next session of the governing body. We encourage the Secretariat to significantly increase the visibility, recognition, and appreciation for contracting parties that contribute to the core administrative budget, or to provide additional funding in support of the budget. We note that following the guidance of the Bureau, the draft budget is prepared at 0 nominal growth as compared to the adopted 2024-2025 core administrative budget. We agree with 0 nominal growth in view of the global financial and geopolitical environment. We hope that the enhancement of the MLS will be approved. We support the proposal to fund the implementation of the enhanced MLS through a combination of carry forward from previous biennia plus voluntary contributions from contracting parties and other donors. Mr. Chair, we are ready to engage in the discussion of the work program and the budget for the biennium 2026-2027. We have 3 suggested amendments which I will read out in the draft resolution. It's in 7, after 7, we have one called 7 bis, which reads out: request the Secretariat to provide information about experiences in applying the different measures to other international fora, and further request the Bureau, with the help of the Secretariat, to develop a proposal for consideration at the next session of the governing body. And in paragraph 12, in the end, we would like to add to the sentence, and encourages FAO to reflect the crucial importance of the treaty in future budgetary allocations. And also one minor in paragraph 13, in the 4th line, after additional, we would like to add the word voluntary, and so it reads additional voluntary financial resources for its work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The European Regional Group, or was it the EU? I would like to draw your attention to paragraph 11 with regard to the last point you raised on paragraph 12. I think your notion of encouraging the FAO is very well covered there already. So that's that. And with regard to the other text, 7b's, please provide it in writing to the Secretariat immediately. And because we need to move on, I see the United Republic of Tanzania. Tanzania, have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and distinguished guest. On behalf, Tanzania speaks on behalf of African region. The African region takes note of the draft work of program and budget for the biennium of 2026-2027, including a secretariat staffing table and a draft resolution, which are contained in the document IT/GB 11/25/18. The African region affirms its support for the summary of possible supporting projects as highlighted in the addendum of the document IT/GB 11/2025/18 to be carried out during the next biennium with additional financial contribution outside the core administrative budget. Therefore, African region recommends the proposed activities following the order they appears as priority areas for the consideration of donors. For African region, the issue of MLS and farmers' right cannot be divorced from each other. This, together with conservation and sustainable use, capacity building strategies, and Greece, they stand out as priority areas. the efforts to have collaborative mechanisms with the related international instruments such as the Convention on Biological Diversity and the Nagoya Protocol are welcome for the strengthening the implementation capacity for the treaty through complementary pathways at national and international level. Also, Africa appreciates other working documents which includes IT/11/25/18.2 implementation report of the work programs for the 2024-2025 biennium and IT/11/25/18.3 financial report on progress of the work program and budget for the 2024-2025 biennium. The African region considered them to serve as a useful reference in deciding the work program and budgets for the biennium 2026-2027. Consistent contribution of FAO shows commitment to facilitate implementation of the strategy of the treaty, and as has been pledged for the next biennium. The financial report highlights, among others, voluntary contribution status of the contracting parties and the shortage observed calls for contracting parties' commitment to honor their part to enable successful implementation of the planned programs of work by the treaty. Mr. Chairman, the African region has carefully considered document IT/11/25/18.4, thus mechanisms and approaches to improve rates of contribution to the core administrative budgets on improving contribution rates. We believe the focus should first be on exploring all possible mechanisms to encourage voluntary contributions. In this spirit, the African region proposes a specific amendment to document IT/11/25/18.4. We move for the deletion of section 4.5, making CAB contributions mandatory in the future. We are not convinced by the background provided that shifting to a mandatory system would improve contribution rates, and the evidence presented does not demonstrate its success in other contexts. Therefore, we strongly advise that contributions remain voluntary at this time. However, we are open to exploring other measures for persistent non-compliance. To this end, we propose that the next from paragraph 19, which discusses the potential non-eligibility for subsidiary bodies after a period of an area, being moved to section 4 as a new separate possible approach. This would allow for a graduated response which maintain the voluntary principle. We have the expectation that the Budget Committee will ensure that any eventual variation and the ensuring financial implications are correctly reflected in the core administrative budget. In this regard, therefore, African region adopt the core work program and core administrative budget for the 2026-2027 biennium with any administrative matters to incorporate the decision of the governing body as contained in the resolution adopted during the 11th session. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanzania. Thank you very much. I don't see any further requests for the floor. I'd like to inform the European Union that their proposals were already incorporated in the resolution for the budget work program and budget in paragraph 7 and paragraph 11. So with that, can I take it that the proposals just tabled are withdrawn? Thank you. I see nodding. Thank you very much for that. Denmark, you have the floor.
Okay. I was speaking on behalf of the European Regional Group.
Thank you for the European Regional Group, but I still need confirmation whether you withdraw your proposals made just 2 minutes before, as they are already reflected in the resolution. Denmark, you have the floor.
Yes, they are.
Thank you very much. As there aren't any further requests for the floor, we approve the work program and budget 2026-2027 en bloc and move it forward for adoption with the final report. Thank you very much. Thank you much. As announced, I would like to move to agenda item 14, compliance. We do have to elect the members of the compliance committee. That's according to the compliance procedures. The governing body shall elect as appropriate the new members for a full term to replace those whose term are about to expire. I'd like to kindly ask the Secretariat to read out the names of the candidates that can prolong their term and that are newly elected. Secretary of the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. We actually read the names asking for the confirmation. For the African region, there was the possibility to re-elect Mr. Nores, and the region has proposed the re-election for a second term. In the European region, there was the possibility to re-elect Ms. Borgen Nielsen, and the region has put forward her name again for re-election. And there is a new nomination, Mr. Andrea Angeli. For Latin America, there is a new member, Mr. Gregory Bale. For North America, Ms. Priya Banu is proposed for election, and there is a new member, Devin Arbuthnot. And for Southwest Pacific, there is a proposal to re-elect again Ms. Carroll. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Secretariat. Are there any objections to the election of these candidates? Sweden, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would like to refer to the delegation of Italy. I believe the name has been changed.
Italy, you have the floor.
No, for the compliance committee, the name is correct.
Thank you to the European region to confirm the correctness of the name. Do I see any opposition? The objection to elect the candidates just named? I do not see any, so I'd like to congratulate the new committee members for their election. We wish them all the best for their new duties. Thank you very much. I would like now to move to agenda item 12 on conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources, food and agriculture. The draft resolution is available. You have in front of you item 12/CRP2 Ref A1. Ladies and gentlemen, you're a victim of a technical issue again. I have a Paraguay. You have the floor.
comment on this draft, but I was wondering, when are we going to address the issue of the continuation of the meeting at night? We raised it earlier in plenary this morning, and we were told we were going to address it after lunch. We have concerns regarding several delegations having to leave, since the meeting was already initially scheduled to finish at 6 p.m. and most of us have flights leaving tonight. And there's an issue of potential quorum concerns. Should the meeting go on until, I think, 10:30 is the current schedule?
Yeah, thank you very, very much. I was informed about this a request. So the governing body was scheduled to take place from the 24th to the 29th of November this year. This means we can use the entire 24 hours of the last day. So having an evening session in principle doesn't change anything with regard to the status of the meeting, and so that's what is, I don't know whether you can call that common practice. You always look at the entire day. I am aware that some delegations will leave, so we will try to finish before that. But as long as there is quorum in plenary, the governing body is in a position to take decisions. But we take due regard of the situation as it is. Thank you. Could I ask the Vice Chair of the Southwest Pacific to quickly come up to the podium? I just was called to another group of friends, so the Vice Chair from the Southwest Pacific region will continue to act as chair of this session until I come back. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. So I have a couple of contracting parties that have asked for the floor. What I plan to do is take this paragraph by paragraph, so hopefully your concerns are by that. If they're regarding process, are they any regarding process? I can't see everyone. Okay, Egypt.
Thank you, Chair. I would like, if I may, to make a point of order. Egypt kindly requests an update regarding item 9.2, We would appreciate clarity on when the related documents will be made available to contracting parties and how much time will be allocated for delegations to review it thoroughly and prepare their positions. Given the importance and complexity of this item, it is essential that parties have adequate time to study the document before substantive discussions begin. I noticed that there are a number of things that are of utmost importance for certain countries, for most countries. The SMTA, the MLS, the benefit sharing, the DSI, how to keep this agreement intact, together, not to divide it. All these things demand lots of time. And we did not even begin to think of submitting them. So I don't know. I'm talking for Egypt. I don't know what the position of other countries are, but I think that's about time to look at these things that are very, very, very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Egypt. The chair of the governing body has been convening a number of friends of the chair group to discuss item 9.2. I understand that there was progress made this morning, but that they're just finalising some stuff for the regional representation to review, and then your regional representatives will be able to discuss with you in the first instance. I will get it. We can provide an update a little bit later on that as well as required. Uruguay.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Given the time of the day, and since you've done an excellent job, just like the other regions have, and the U.S. co-chair, regretfully we were unable to attend the meeting convened by our region, but they have conveyed to us the document you are showing on the screen. We see it's a clean document. We believe we all agree, but GRULAC would like to add something in the paragraph before last, not to have to review every single paragraph if possible. Before Sorry, are we addressing item 12? The AXU mandate and the number of meetings. Further down, please. Paragraph 3, after the hybrid option, between hybrid option and subject to the availability of, we wanted to add with interpretation. After hybrid option, with interpretation, subject to the availability of financial resources. Thank you very much.
Paraguay.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had comments on the first few paragraphs of the resolution. If we can go up again, we would change
por sustainable use in addressing food security challenges. Esta discusión de food insecurity es algo que viene pasando de resolución en resolución y tenemos que ser.
This has been brought across from other resolutions, and we must be consistent. And I apologize, but we'd have to bracket it unless it's already been agreed upon, that of the indigenous and local communities, because this also comes from prior resolutions. I'm looking at the text for the first time, so we would suggest deleting. The drafting as it is is not linked to the acknowledging paramount importance. A paragraph doesn't make much sense to us right now, so we would request deleting what comes after biodiversity loss. Thank you.
Is that deletion acceptable? United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, it is acceptable. If you can probably consider adding and food insecurity and biodiversity loss. Thank you.
I see no request for the floor. I take, oh, sorry, Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We think it would be make more sense to keep insecurity, food insecurity, given that we are addressing two concerns, addressing food insecurity and biodiversity loss. Thank you.
Paraguay.
Thank you, Chair. I'll switch to English very quickly. My proposal was actually, because I do take Norway's point that it doesn't make sense as it's written right now, it was to addressing food security challenges. So then it doesn't say addressing food insecurity, and it's consistent with how we've been tackling this text and this issue throughout other texts. And just before we move on, just to again flag that we need to bracket the IPLC reference unless it has been resolved and we agree that this is the way it's been resolved. Thank you. No other comments in this resolution from our end.
Thank you. I take that the changes are agreed, and in terms of the reference to Indigenous and local communities at the plenary before lunch, it was decided to reflect the language of the treaty, and this is the language of the treaty. So all references in every resolution will be updated by the Secretariat to be Indigenous and local communities. Any other comments? Requests for the floor? Ecuador.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I regret not being able to support the elimination of this phrase because plant genetic resources for food and agriculture that are in germplasm banks and out in the fields have adaptation characteristics. There are lots of materials used for adaptation to adverse conditions. Therefore, I don't accept the elimination here because that will be useful for humankind having resistant genes that can support us vis-a-vis climate change. I don't know why we would eliminate that part. There's a lot of ex situ and in situ material useful for adaptation to adverse climate conditions. I don't understand why we are deleting that.
Thank you very much. I just want to emphasise that this resolution was considered extensively in a contact group and then a Friends of the Chair group. This is the text without the changes as shown was what was agreed within the Friends of the Chair group. So in the interest of time, can we live with keeping that text in? Uruguay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the sake of the English, it could be and for the adaptation to unpredictable environment changes and future human needs. So the paramount importance of plant genetic resources for the adaptation to the unpredictable environmental changes and future needs, and then it would make sense.
Can you repeat slowly for me, please?
After biodiversity lost, before what's for deletion there, and for the adaptation to unpredictable environmental changes and future needs.
Thank you. I see nodding. Argentina.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm afraid, colleagues, that we need to go for what we can adopt, and we can follow the argument given by other colleagues that this was, or by yourself, this was accepted at a contact group. Madam, if we cannot get agreement on a text, we need to go back, we believe, to the purposes of the treaty. The purposes of the treaty is not to adapt to climate change or to fight climate change or to put food security in the context of biodiversity loss. I mean, those are specific regimes. The language as is does not even reflect the language that we use either in climate change or in CBD. Even future human needs, we don't know what the future human needs are. So ma'am, we believe that if we are going to acknowledge here is the vital role for the conservation and sustainable use to address food security. And probably my suggestion would be, if it is acceptable, that the Secretariat later on goes through all the texts and adapts their language to what is the treaty, which is food security, not insecurity. So, probably my delegation, to be pragmatic, would be able to live up to biodiversity laws. But at the moment, we are introducing text on other regimes, and that text does not adapt to those regimes. Thank you.
Thank you. United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for everyone's information, that last statement, adapting to unpredictable environmental changes, is lifted straight from the preambular text of the treaty for context, which is why we had consensus on drafting this. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. So, as the United States have said, adapting to unpredictable environmental challenges and future human needs is in the preamble of the treaty. So can we please accept that? Argentina.
Thank you, ma'am. And I apologize, I have the text in Spanish. Following the suggestion by the United States, and thank you for that, we would suggest that maybe this text should adapt to the 6th preambular paragraph of the treaty that talks about that a PGRFA are indispensable for the genetic improvement of crops, etc. And then it comes the question of adapting to environmental challenges. So the question is, ma'am, in this preambular paragraph, the relationship between environmental challenges and the treaty has to do with the development of crops. And here is more blurred. But if delegations were agreeable, the sixth preambular part of the treaty, paragraph of the treaty, could somehow be inserted here. But we are flexible. Thank you.
Thank you. Spain.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, dear colleagues. So in the interest of time, we would welcome your suggestion to keep the language as it came out of the contact group and friends of the chair. We appreciate all the time and efforts that were invested by these two groups. So we would not like to reopen discussions that have already been covered by these groups. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paraguay.
Thank you, Chair. And we can go along with a drafting suggestion from Uruguay because our concern was more that the drafting didn't make sense. I'm sorry, I'm a bit of a drafting police. But I do have one additional comment to make in response to the last intervention, is that while we're very thankful for colleagues and all of their efforts and extensive discussions in these groups, that is why plenary exists, because not all of us are part of those discussions, and we are all equally members of this treaty, and these decisions require consensus. So I'm very sorry, but the argument of some of us discussed this extensively. I'm very sorry if you don't like it, and we should go with what some of us discussed, does not fly very well with my delegation. Plenary is here for a reason, and people who are not part of those groups have the same right to voice their concerns and express them at plenary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paraguay. Acknowledged. Argentina, given that there's consensus among others, and this is in the treaty, can you be flexible and accept the text as is for the first paragraph?
Thank you, Madam, for that. My delegation can be flexible. At the same time, I would like to support Paraguay in the comment with regard to the, we're fine with making it fast because we don't have a lot of time, but there is legitimacy in this body to introduce amendments if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yemen.
Of course, in terms of the change, the genetic change is highly linked to the environmental change and the human needs. This is why we support keeping the text as it is without any changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take that the changes are agreed. Are there any other comments on the preambular paragraphs? I see no requests for the floor, so I take those as agreed. We'll move to the operative paragraphs. Operative paragraph 1. I see no requests for the floor. Operative paragraph 2. Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I request that we slow down the pace because it's not long that this document was uploaded and some of us are seeing it for the first time. So kindly let us slow the pace. Thank you.
Noted. Thanks, Kenya. We'll continue on the operative paragraphs one by one. I see no further requests for the floor. I take operative paragraph 2 as agreed. 3. I see no request for the floor. I take that as agreed. 4. I see no request for the floor. I take that as agreed. 5. I see no request for the floor. I take that as agreed. 6. I see no request for the floor. Oh, sorry, Kenya.
The first line of implementing articles and the 6, which is the other article?
Are you referring to 7 or 6?
7.
Thank you.
To continue supporting, to support effective strategies for implementing articles and the 6.
Sorry, it should be 5 and 6.
Thank you.
I see no request for the floor. I take that 6 and 7 are agreed. 8. We'll start with the text leading into the dot points because we can't see all the dot points. I see no request for the floor, so we'll move to the first, can we get... We'll move to the dot points because they can all be seen on the screen. I see no requests for the floor. I take them as agreed. 9. I see no requests for the floor. I take that as agreed. 10. I see no requests for the floor. I take that as agreed. 11. I see no requests for the floor. I take that as agreed. And 12. See no requests for the floor. I take that as agreed. We'll move on to the annex of that draft resolution, the terms of reference for the Ad Hoc Technical Committee on Conservation and Sustainable Use of Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. So we'll look at the paragraphs. Paragraph 1. I see no requests for the floor, so we'll move to Little Roman I. I see no requests for the floor. Little Roman 2. I see no requests for the floor, so we'll now move to number 2. I see no requests for the floor. Number 3. I see no request for the floor. I take that as agreed. And number 4 is just that the committee will report back to the 12th session of the governing body. So I take that this draft resolution and the terms and its annex are agreed and can be moved to the report for adoption. Thank you. Apologies, everyone. We're just working out the schedule. Sorry, all. We just need a couple of minutes to get the next item ready. Thank you. We will be moving to is agenda item 13 on farmers' rights. Thank you. The text is now displayed on the screen. Noting the report from the co-chairs of the Farmers' Rights, friends of the co-chairs and contact group, that there are some things that they would like the plenary to discuss. I propose that we try and move through the first couple of paragraphs reasonably quickly. So, take the two preambular paragraphs together. I see no requests for the floor, so I take the two preambular paragraphs as agreed. Operative paragraph 1. I see no requests for the floor. I take that as agreed. Operative paragraph 2. I see no requests for the floor. I take that as agreed. Operative paragraph 3. I see no requests for the floor. I take that as agreed. Operative paragraph 4. Canada.
Thank you, Chair. Just seeking some clarity. We had agreed to an additional paragraph following paragraph 3 in the contact group, and we would like to see that reflected. Thank you.
You said after paragraph 3, before paragraph 4. Canada.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's correct.
Canada, is it a short or long paragraph?
I would describe it as long. Thank you.
Spain.
Thank you, Chair. And then I identified something in another paragraph, so I wonder if this is really the latest version of the document, because I think that we deleted something else which was still bracketed here. Can I request the Secretariat to double check?
Yes, we'll double check.
Thank you.
Tunisia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I would like to echo the concern raised by Egypt. It's getting quite light, I think, and we still have not received any feedback from regarding the item 9.2, and we remain without clarity on when the relevant document will be shared with the contracting parties. So please, if you can, we kindly request your guidance and urge Bureau to provide any update on as soon as possible. Thank you.
resolved the document issue. So if we can resume our seats, and we will continue on farmers' rights. Okay, thank you. We'll resume at paragraph 4. Oh, it's displaying there, but not up there. Naja?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As to the procedure, since we've worked on this, Madam Chair, would it be possible to read this so that we have interpretation? Because many of our colleagues would like to understand what has happened and indeed understand what the document says. Thank you very much.
Can I just suggest that maybe I just read the paragraphs that have changes rather than the ones that don't have suggested changes? If that is amenable. Okay, again, invites each contracting party that has not already done so to consider reviewing and, if necessary, adjusting national measures that affect the realisation of farmers' rights, in particular legislation concerning variety release and seed distribution to protect, promote and realise farmers' rights as set out in Article 9 of the International Treaty as appropriate and subject to national legislation. Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I would like just to clarify, because we were analyzing another document before which had text in brackets. I would like to confirm if the other articles were the same or if there is a difference between the documents. If you could just show the other paragraphs that were analyzed before, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Brazil.
Thank you. Thank you. I think there was the 3Bs. One delegation requested to change the document we are analyzing because the previous one lacked the 3Bs. So I think it's important.
I think it's now in 6, sorry, in paragraph 6. I think it's just been shifted in order.
Okay. Thank you.
I see no other requests for the floor, so I will take paragraph 4 as agreed. Paragraph 5 does not have any changes, so we'll move to 6. And as per the request before, I will read this one out. Notes that at the 4th meeting of the RTAC of Farmers' Rights, as set out in the report from this meeting, the co-chairs presented their proposal under category 10. However, and then in brackets, some experts, close brackets, the expert group was not able to finalise its work on options under category 10 and thus decided to annex a final version of the co-chair's proposal for category 10 to the options to be presented to the governing body. At its 9th session, the governing body took note of the options, noting that the options under category 10, I think that should say category 10, co-chair's proposal and requests the Secretariat to publish the document. Spain.
Thank you, Chair. So there is some text between brackets in this paragraph which reads some experts. This should be deleted because we did some work on this paragraph and in the end it's all agreed language coming from the report or different resolutions, but these some experts came from previous versions of this paragraph. It's just a mistake that it was retained here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brazil.
Yes, I was going to say just what Spain just said about some experts. This text was from a previous version. Thank you.
Thank Thank you very much. I see no further requests for the floor, so I take that this paragraph is agreed. We'll move on to paragraph 7, which has just at the end of it, as set out in Article 9 of the International Treaty, is the only change, which I think seems sensible. I see no requests for the floor, so I'll take that one as agreed. Paragraph 8. I think the only addition here is the word biennium, so it covers 2026 and 2027. I see no requests for the floor, so I'll take that as agreed. There are no changes in paragraphs 9, 10 or 11. As there's no request for the floor, I'll move on to paragraph 12, which is in brackets. So I will read it out. Invites contracting parties to explore the possibility of the establishment of an International Day of Recognition of Farmers as Custodians of PGRFA, or in brackets, National Day of Observance, bracket, for farmers' rights related to crop genetic resources, and encourages interested contracting parties to take the lead in realising this objective. So we have some brackets that we need to resolve in this one. So suggestions from the floor. Naija.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The African proposal is to eliminate what appears in red and to stick to the original drafting or wording. This was addressed at the 6th meeting. It's taken us an awful long time on how we're going to go about this, but ultimately I think we've reached consensus. Rewording this would go against the purpose of having this day, as Peru said. It's not a day in which we're just going to toast to something or dance. It's a day of recognition. They're not only custodians, they're necessary for diversity and seeds overall. So we propose eliminating what appears on the screen in red and talk about an international day. Thank you.
Thank you. Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. We would like to support the alternative observance of farmers' rights, an International Day of Observance of Farmers' Rights. I think this is a unique and much needed opportunity for the international community to recognize the essential contributions that farmers, particularly small-scale farmers, indigenous peoples, and local communities make to global food security, biodiversity, conservation, and sustainable use of plant genetic resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Ecuador.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as Brazil and Niger have stated, we support the International Day for Observing Farmers' Rights, and there have been many very successful symposia held to commemorate this day, and many countries have participated in activities to observe this International Day to shed light on farmers' rights. It's a great idea for us to hold this day, and I hope that the contracting parties are able to support leaving the original text in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ecuador. India?
Thank you, Co-Chair. We also support this International Day of Observance of Farmer Rights. Thank you.
Thank you. So it would read, invites contracting parties to explore the possibility of the establishment of an International Day of Observance for Farmers' Rights related to crop genetic resources and encourages interested contracting parties to take the lead in realising this objective. Sudan.
We support an International Day for the farmers' rights.
Norway.
Norway also supports an International Day for Farmers' Rights.
As I can see no further requests for the floor, I'll take that this change, United States.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. And with full respect to our colleagues who have spoken before, United States delegation is not authorized to go back to the original, revert back to the original language. We're authorized for two different versions of the language on the screen there. National Days of Observance for Farmers' Rights, or International Day of Recognition of farmers as custodians of PGRFA. Thank you.
Algeria.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those who are in favor of recognition for respect for the rights of farmers and not the day for farmers as custodians of phytogenetic resources. Farmers are not tools. It's rather the gene bank that is holding the genes and resources. The farmers have created them, they have shared them. Farmers have created the multilateral system. Farmers have allowed access to these resources, and today we do not recognize their right. So those who are in favor of the respect for farmers' rights because they believe that farmers are partners and not tools to be used. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Congo.
Thank you for giving me the floor, Chair. Farmers' rights are part of the 3 pillars of the international treaty, and yet implementing this has run into so many obstacles led by shortcomings that are either led to partial or total inexistence of them worldwide. And so if we are concerned with recognizing the rights of farmers, of guardians or custodians of biodiversity that allow us to live and allow future generations to live, we support the creation of an international day for farmers' rights in order to raise awareness around the world of this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chile.
Thank you, Chair. Chile supports the International Day of the Observance of Farmers' Rights, as farmers' rights are a text that was agreed on in the treaty. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, I've got 2 more contracting parties listed here, and then I might pose a question. South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. When we are asked what's special about the treaty, our first answer is Article 9 of the treaty that recognizes farmers' rights. With that, I'm fully behind Africa Region. We support the International Day of Observance for Farmers' Rights. Thanks.
Thank you. Peru.
Similarly, thank you very much, Chair. We also support the creation of the International Day for Farmers' Rights, and we would like to hold on to the possibility of removing the word observance. Otherwise, we would agree to adopting the terminology International Day for Farmers' Rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got more contracting parties here, but I'm going to pose a question to the United States first and see if that might help. Can you please elaborate on why you cannot accept this, what has been proposed, and why you need the alternative text, if possible? Thank you.
Well, the Article 9.2 says that the responsibility for realizing farmers' rights rests with national governments. Our position is that we can have national days. It's up to each nation to celebrate as they deem fit. The United States has its own National Day of the Farmer, October 12th, and many other countries have their own celebrations for farmers. We have national celebrations, regional celebrations, local celebrations, and so that's the position. Is we believe that this should really be a national thing. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close the floor after the four that I have here, and I'll list them out. I've got Colombia, Norway, Nepal, and then Yemen. So we'll start with Colombia.
Gracias.
Thank you, Chair. In Colombia, we understand that what the United States has stated, but in order to hold national days, we don't need a resolution from the treaty. In order to have a national day, every country can simply establish them, and we believe that farmers deserve to have an international day. This is something that we've debated. We've done that in the working group, and it should be the International Day of the Observance for Farmers' Rights. And I think that this way we will be able to send a message to those who are the guardians of our phytogenetic resources in our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Norway.
Thank you. I would first like to recall or remind us perhaps about the preamble of the treaty, which states that the promotion of farmers' rights at national and international levels are fundamental to the realization of farmers' rights. So with this as a background, I would like to propose some changes to the text, if I can now find the right version. Here. Yes. So to try to accommodate the different suggestions that have been made right now in this discussion, and then the text would read, invites contracting parties to explore the possibility of the establishment of an international day for farmers' rights as set out in Article 9 of the International Treaty, and encourages interested contracting parties to take the lead. So then it refers directly to Article 9, which we have all ratified through ratifying the treaty. And this is only about inviting contracting parties to explore the possibility. So I hope this could be agreeable to all. Thank you.
Thank you for the suggestion, Norway. I will throw to the United States to have a reaction before I go to the other contracting parties. Thank you.
I thank all my colleagues for their suggestions and for their passionate reflections. Unfortunately, I'm authorized for only those two formulations that I read before.
Okay, I'm going to suggest that we keep this text bracketed for the moment, and we'll come back to that so that we, in the interest of time, we can try and clean up the rest of the resolution, if that is amenable to those that have put their hand up. Nepal.
Madam Chair, Nepal also supports the concept of celebration of International Day of the Farmers' Rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Yemen.
We also talk about material things and try to dedicate all our efforts to support farmers. So it's all the more that we support them morally and designate a day for farmers that would be appropriate for their rights, for their demands. Therefore, we are in favor of a special paragraph in support of a day that is designated for the farmers' rights. Thank you.
As I said, I would like to keep this text in brackets because that doesn't look like we're going to come to an agreement right now. So if those that have requested the floor, if it is related to this paragraph, we will come back. Okay. The next one is a deletion of paragraph 13. Thank you. I'll move on. There is no changes to paragraph 14, 15 or 16. The next change is in paragraph 17 with the addition at the end of the paragraph of in accordance with Article 9 of the International Treaty. Thank you. I'll take that as agreed. Paragraph 18 just changes appreciates to recognises. I'll take that as agreed. There is a new paragraph 19, so I will read it out. Reaffirms the request to the Secretary to include the possible impact of digital sequence information / genetic sequence data, DSI/GSD, on farmers' rights as set out in Article 9 of the International Treaty in the assessment of DSI/GSD foreseen in the multi-year program of work. I see no requests for the floor, so I will take that as agreed. Paragraph 20 thanks the governments of Italy, the Netherlands, Norway and the Philippines for their generous financial support in the activities related to the implementation of farmers' rights. Thank you. I take that as agreed. Paragraph 21 changes urges to invites. Thank you. I take that as agreed. Paragraph 22, there are no changes. Then we move to the appendix. Terms of reference of ad hoc technical expert group on farmers' rights. So the first paragraph reads, the ad hoc technical expert group on farmers' rights will, subject to the availability of financial resources, thank you, I take that first part lead-in paragraph as agreed. Little Roman I, develop a draft action plan for the governing body to address identified gaps and needs from the assessment to support contracting parties in the implementation of farmers' rights as appropriate and subject to national legislation. Thank you. I take that as agreed. Little Roman 2, develop a framework/outline for 2 webinars which will have a balanced representation from the regions and stakeholders to be carried out by the Secretariat. 1 webinar on how seed marketing/certification regulation affect farmers' rights as set out in Article 9 of the International Treaty, with the view to understanding the difference between plant variety protection system and a seed distribution system, and 1 on how different plant variety protection systems impacts on farmers' rights as set out in Article 9 of the International Treaty. Guide the Secretariat in utilising the findings from these webinars in the refinement of the draft action plan and developing the proceedings from these webinars and submitting these proceedings to the inventory. Thank you. I take that as agreed. Thank you. The Little Roman 3 has been deleted, and with the expansion into the new Little Roman 3, explore the possibilities of establishing a standing committee on farmers' rights, including a potential mandate and work plan to be presented to the governing body at the 12th session. Thank you. I take that as agreed. Paragraph 2 is the composition of the group. There's no changes. Paragraph 3 is the Bureau of the 12th session of the governing body will appoint 2 co-chairs from the contracting parties of the International Treaty, 1 from developing and 1 from developed country. And paragraph 4 just notes that these co-chairs will be in addition to the members of the committee nominated by the region. I take that those 3 paragraphs are agreed. Paragraph 5, the ad hoc technical expert group may hold up to 2 meetings with possibility of virtual participation in the biennium 2026 to 2027, subject to the availability of financial resources. Take that as agreed. Paragraph 6 just says that the group will report back to the governing body on its work at the 12th session. Paragraph 7, the Secretary will facilitate the process and assist the ad hoc technical expert group in its work, which is oriented by the principle of consensus. Thus, all proposals made by the RTAC to the governing body are based on consensus. Netherlands. Can we please give the mic to the Netherlands, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not sure if it's appropriate that I take the floor, but remembering the discussion in the smaller group, there was a discussion to have text here at the end of paragraph 7, but the final conclusion was that it could be deleted here. So I would ask support from the group. Thank you.
Can I just confirm which the additional text is deleted? So just to confirm, that's the red text on paragraph 7. I understand that a small group discussed this and there was consensus to delete this wording. Is that amenable? Canada?
Thank you, Chair. First, I'd like to express my apologies for my confusion earlier and the delay it caused, and my enormous thanks to towards the Secretariat and their tireless efforts throughout this week. Our understanding, North America's understanding in the small group was not to delete this text. We had talked about the possibility of deleting this text for other text that was in the resolution, but that was eventually deleted. So our understanding was that this text would go forward in the terms of reference paragraph 7. Thank you.
Madagascar?
Merci. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I would like to state that before my colleague took the floor, I wanted to comment that I think there's some redundance in paragraph 7. However, in any case, in the group, we had stated that we would be removing this part because all of the activities and resolutions are taken by consensus. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Co-Chair.
Algeria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to go back to Roman 2, where we talked about the biennium in the previous resolution. And I'd like to insist on the availability of interpreters. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, I've just been informed that we no longer have interpretation time. So I request that Canada and others that would like to keep the text and those that want to remove the text discuss this over the dinner break, and we will look to come and try and adopt this resolution when we come back. Thank you all very much. I'm just confirming the time that we come back. Okay, I've just been told we will recommence at 7:30. Thank you.
Good evening, dear colleagues. Welcome to the final plenary session of this 11th session of the governing body. Before we start with substance, I would like to invite the regions that did not yet provide names for bureau members, chair and vice chairs to provide the secretariat as soon as possible with these names. We would like to elect the new bureau rather swiftly. So having said that, I understand there is one open issue in the farmers' rights recommendation, or two issues open in the farmers' rights recommendation. We will start with this one. Paragraph 12 on the establishment of an international day. I open the floor for compromise proposals. I don't see any. United States, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand this issue was discussed really extensively in the contact group, and in that process, the United States had tried to put forward several compromises that were really barely discussed, and as far as I can tell, not even really considered. At this point, we are not comfortable with going forward with this invitation, and would also like to maybe reflect that it is fully within the power of contracting parties to do this without an invitation from the governing body, and we don't believe that this invitation should be coming from the governing body when it is not something that all members have consensus to pursue. And so we really would implore other members to consider the views, the fact that we did try in the group. We made a real concerted effort to come up with alternatives for days that we could consider, and it was not taken on board. And so at this point, we would really just request to delete the paragraph. We really must insist. Thank you.
Thank you to the United States. Niger, vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. The U.S. proposal was not a compromise. It was a proposal that the United States made, and which really reflected the original. It did not reflect the original text. And so we asked why the U.S. doesn't want an international day, and we really haven't received a proper explanation. Maybe the U.S. can explain clearly what is the problem with having an international day. And this was discussed at length in Rome. And And for us, it's unfortunate that the U.S. didn't take part in that. So, and that's what was adopted in Rome. So maybe the U.S. can explain so that we understand exactly what is the problem. Thank you.
United States.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And we also agree it was unfortunate that the United States was not able to participate in the meeting in Rome. It's an issue that we've raised, that without having other modalities for being able to join meetings, there are several members that have, increasingly it is difficult for us to travel and receive funding to participate in these meetings, which is why we bring up the point of requesting a virtual or hybrid option. If we had been at the meeting in Rome, we maybe could have engaged in the discussion and found a compromise. We came here and found that because others who were able to participate in that meeting had come up with this proposal, they were unwilling to have a true discussion in the group to find a compromise, and were just rejecting of our proposals. And to be honest, we are not comfortable with this, and there is no consensus on this paragraph, and so we would request that it is deleted. Thank you.
Niger, vous avez la parole.
Thank you. So a compromise text should be proposed, because the one that was proposed by the U.S. is not a compromise. So that, and now there's the first text is not a compromise. So I will maybe we should propose another text that is a compromise. So I don't think there was a big change, but internationally, I don't think it would be such a big deal if we can say what it is that we would like to say.
Ecuador.
Gracias, señor presidente. Todavía no tengo claro por qué.
Why the U.S. doesn't want to accept an international day. There's an International Food Day, the Family Farm Day, the International Day Against Climate Change, and there are countries who probably don't agree with one of those days. But when we celebrate an international day, then there are a series of events that take place where there are countries that participate and others who don't want to be involved. And it doesn't affect the country that doesn't want to participate. And it doesn't affect them at all if an International Farmers' Day is declared. Those who want to take part participate, and those who don't want to don't. So I don't see how it affects. And if maybe our colleagues could kindly explain how it would affect them to have an International Farmers' Day.
United States.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and I thank the previous speaker. We could actually go with International Farmers' Day, and I understand that that was a proposal that the U.S. made in the group, would be to do just, say International Farmers' Day, but that was not taken on board, and we cannot have the recommendation of an International Day of Observance of Farmers' Rights, even with the caveats. I believe we've explained this, but if it were an International Farmers' Day, yes. But the International Day of Observance for Farmers' Rights, no, because as set in the treaty, farmers' rights are the responsibility of national governments and are implemented as appropriate and subject to national law. And so we have this concern with the connection of making it the International Day for Rights. And I understand that that is not a popular view in the group that would be considered as a compromise, but if as I understand, there would be consideration of an International Day of Farmers, then that we could go with. But I don't believe that this is the best use of our time, knowing that this is our final session and we still have quite big issues to resolve. So if that proposed compromise is not acceptable, then I would maintain that we should probably just recognize that there is not consensus in the governing body and delete the paragraph and move on. Thank you.
Thank you. The United States, I have Niger and Algeria. These are the two last interventions on this item.
Thank you very much. I thought that as I said, everything that we're going to do depends on national laws, and this day will not affect sovereignty in any way, or their laws, or a country's laws. And this is why it's in Article 9 of the international treaty, and there's that famous that phrase, according to, that it says something like according to national laws or national sovereignty. So maybe we could come up with a Thank you, Mr. Chair. We don't understand the position of the United States, so we line up with Ecuador. Why would an international day of farmers' rights would be uncomfortable or would bother any country? And then if we say International Farmers' Day, it doesn't have the same connotations as if we say the International Day of Art, of the Mountain, or whatever. Here is to be in accordance with international treaty, which is the third pillar of said treaty is the rights of farmers' rights. Therefore, honestly, the argument posited by the U.S. is not convincing. And I thought we were in the era of democracy and freedom and liberty. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Algeria, and the very final one, Norway.
Thank you very much. We need to move on. I'm very aware of that. But we have also a good track record today of finding compromise language. And I have a suggestion here, and I hope it is agreeable so that we can move forward. And then it would read, invites contracting parties to engage with the UN General Assembly to explore the possibility of the establishment of an international day for recognizing farmers as custodians of PGRFA, and encourages interested contracting parties to take the lead in realizing this objective. That would probably be agreeable for the United States, and it would follow the procedures for such initiatives. I can read it one more time?
Yes, please, a bit slower.
Yes? Okay. Invites contracting parties to engage with UN General Assembly to explore the possibility of the establishment of an international day for recognizing farmers as custodians of PGRFA, and encourages interested contracted parties to take the lead in realizing this objective. Then the name of the day has not been stated. We don't need to agree on the name of a day. It's just a topic. And I think that could probably be sufficient. Thank you.
Can you check whether the screen reflects the proposal correctly,
Okay.
please?
For recognizing farmers as custodians of PGRFA. Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you very much for that compromise proposal. I submit that compromise proposal for your agreement. If we don't have agreement here, the paragraph will have to be deleted as there would not be any consensus in the room. Is there any opposition with regard to that text? I have Algeria.
Merci, Monsieur. Thank you, Chair. I think talking about farmers as custodians of biodiversity is pejorative. They are not custodians of the temple. They are the fathers, the creators of biodiversity. They created the multilateral system. I think we need to get to the point where we stop being selfish and thinking only of ourselves here. They did the work that gave rise to this treaty. This isn't a treaty that's built on 2 pillars rather than 3. That would be a different set of circumstances. I'm sorry, but we can't subscribe to this proposal. And I'm really not trying to sow discontent here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Algeria. So paragraph 12 will be deleted. Thank you. I think with that, the text is clean. There is another one. Netherlands.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just at the closing of the afternoon session, there was one point in the TOR for the ad hoc technical expert group, paragraph 7, that we needed clarification on. So we spoke briefly to check if our compromise was well reflected. So here there is a condition to deleting this, so it's fine as it is now, but under the condition that one paragraph moves to the work on the MIPO. So we would request, and it would read, request the Bureau, with the assistance of the Secretary, to develop rules of procedures for ad hoc technical committees, taking into consideration Article 19 of the International Treaty and current rules of procedure of FAO, to be presented to the governing body for consideration at its 12th session. And let me explain, because it was a fine compromise. So this text was higher up in the draft resolution before, and we had deleted it already, thinking that it would go to the MIPO. So our request from the group is to have this paragraph and bring that to the agenda item on MIPO, because it's, in the end, it doesn't make sense to have that request coming from one ATEC.
Thank you very much. I hope you will have sent that text to the Secretariat. We will take that up under the MIPO. With that, we have a clean recommendation. I see the United States, and will approved and move forward to adoption by plenary later on. Thank you very much. I see Niger.
Apologies, Chair, to bring us back. On behalf of the African group, I would like to thank Norway for that compromise proposal. We agree with that proposal. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, but this was not accepted by another contracting party. Thank you.
With that, having a clean recommendation for farmers' rights, we will now move to agenda item 9.2, which is the enhancement of the functioning of the multilateral system. We started on Monday with this agenda item with opening statements, and we all arrived with the willingness to adopt a positive result by the end of this week. We therefore established right away a contact group to finalize the outstanding work. The contact group was chaired by the two co-chairs, Sunil and Mike, Sunil of India and Mike of Australia, who already had done an outstanding job during the biennium and continued to work on the same level during the contact group meeting. After 4 meetings of the contact group, it became clear that the completion of the full package of measures would not be reachable at this governing body session. I then conducted consultations with each region that included the regional spokesperson, and this result was that we would not reach an agreement on the adoption of the full package. Was confirmed during these consultations I conducted with the regional spokesperson. And I would like to really thank all these colleagues with whom I had the privilege to speak for their openness and their frankness in indicating where there were great concerns, and this was really very important. As a consequence of that, I established a group of friends with representatives from all regions to explore ways for a way forward. How could we continue to work on this item in a constructive way during this governing body session? I think together and after long and intense deliberations, we were able to identify a path, a very narrow path, that would allow the governing body to finalize at least a part of the package. And that would identify a positive way forward for the remaining parts of the package of measures for the enhancement of the multilateral system. I think that's what we were able to do, and we were able to do that because also we worked over 12 years on this issue, and we got to understand where how such a way might look like. So I really would like to thank my friends for the collaboration, their creativity, but also for their patience with me, and probably also patience with the subject matter in front of us. This interregional collective actions allowed me to present to you as a chair's proposal for the enhancement of the function of the multilateral system. This proposal we will deal with tonight strikes a really very fine balance, and it respects all the red lines expressed in plenary. They were expressed in context groups, in the friends of the chair, and also during many, many bilateral discussions I had the privilege to have. I think nobody will get everything, but everybody will get something, and I think that is important. I am convinced, and it is indeed, as we discussed again today during many hours, it is indeed a package what I will propose to you. But I'm convinced that the governing body has the opportunity tonight to plant seeds that will actually deliver good harvest in the future, in coming years. So with that, I will present the chair's proposal, and as it has not been translated, I will read it out. So draft Bill and Chair's compromise proposal, draft text for a resolution on the enhancement of the functioning of the multilateral on access and benefit sharing. The governing body, recalling Article 1 of the International Treaty, recalling that in furtherance of these objectives, the International Treaty establishes a multilateral system of access and benefit sharing, in parentheses, the multilateral system. Recalling Articles 10.1, 11.1, and 11.2 of the International Treaty. Recognizing that a full, functional, user-friendly, and simple multilateral system is central for the functioning and success of the international treaty. Recognizing that the multilateral system, while functioning with regard to the availability and transfer of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, parenthesis PGRFA, the sharing of monetary and non-monetary benefits, and the contributing to reaching the objectives of the international treaty, is not meeting all expectations. Recalling Resolution 3/2023, by which it further refined the mandate of the working group and requested the co-chairs to give early attention to the 3 identified hotspots: digital sequence information / genetic sequence data, expansion of Annex 1, and payment structure and rates. Having considered the report of the working group on the results of its work, and particularly the results of the 14th meeting that included the draft revised standard material transfer agreement, proposed by the working group, and the draft text for amending Annex 1 of the International Treaty. Thanking the working group for its productive work and constructive spirit, noting the work across several biennia. Recalling Resolution 16/2022, which notes that the governing body has not yet decided on the official terminology for digital sequence information / genetic sequence data, and therefore uses DSI/GST until new terminology is agreed. Acknowledging that the issue of addressing expectations for monetary and non-monetary benefit sharing from the use of DSI/GST on PGRFA remains critical to enhancing the functioning of the multilateral system. Paragraph 1. Decides on a package of measures to enhance the functioning of the multilateral system of access and benefit sharing as follows. Little a, adopts a revised standard material transfer agreement, in parentheses SMTA, as contained in Appendix 1. B, decides that adequate payment rates and thresholds will be approved at the 12th session of the governing body and integrated in the adopted revised SMTA. C, decides that the amendment of Annex 1 of the International Treaty to expand the coverage of the multilateral system will be finalized by the 12th session of the governing body. D, establishes an ad hoc technical expert group on Annex 1 expansion with a time-bound mandate until the 12th session of the governing body to propose the coverage for the amendment to Annex 1 as detailed in Appendix 2. E, requests the Bureau to develop a draft amendment text taking into account the Chair's proposal in Appendix 3 as a basis for work with the assistance of the Secretary and the FAO Legal Office in accordance with Article 23.2. Further decides that the adopted revised SMTA will enter into force when the text of the amendment is adopted at the 12th session of the governing body. decides to establish with a time-bound mandate until the 12th session of the governing body an ad hoc advisory group to the governing body on measures of integrating DSI/GST within treaty implementation mechanisms with terms of reference provided in Appendix 4. Paragraph 2. Recalling Article 11.1 and 11.2, the multilateral system will include all PGRFA listed in the amended Annex 1 that are in ex situ collections under the management and control of contracting parties and in the public domain, as notified by contracting parties in line with the sovereign rights of contracting parties over their own plant genetic resources. Paragraph 3 notes that benefit sharing payments under the subscription option of the revised SMTA could be considered to address monetary benefit sharing from the use of DSI/GST on PGRFA. Appendix 1 is the revised SMTA. Appendix 2, terms of reference of the ad hoc technical expert group on Annex 1 expansion. Paragraph 1. The ad hoc technical expert group with a time-bound mandate until the 12th session of the governing body will prepare a proposal on the coverage of the amendment of Annex 1 with the following parameters. Little Roman 1, the 64 crops and forages in current Annex 1 will not be excluded. Little Roman 2, the proposal will include a list of other PGRFA in accordance with paragraph 2 of resolution, the one I just read out. Little Roman 3, in order to develop the list referred to in Little Roman 2, the ad hoc a technical expert group will use as reference the lists included in the study The Plants That Feed the World, document a CGRFA/X-6/01/3 and other relevant references with the aim to cover a broad range of PGRFA according to criteria of food security and interdependence. Paragraph 2. The ad hoc technical expert group will comprise up to 5 members, from the Africa region, Asia region, the Europe region, and the Latin America and the Caribbean region, 3 from the Near East region, and 2 each from the North America region and the Southwest Pacific region. The expert group may invite, as appropriate, PGRFA experts to provide advice. Paragraph 3. The Bureau of the 12th session of the governing body will appoint 2 co-chairs from the contracting parties of the international treaty, 1 from a developing country and 1 from a developed country. The 2 co-chairs shall be in addition to the members of the committee nominated by regions. Paragraph 4. The ad hoc technical expert group may hold up to 2 meetings in the biennium 2026 to 2027, subject to the availability of financial resources. Paragraph 5. The ad hoc technical expert group will report back to the Bureau on its work, and its report will be made available to the 12th session of the governing body. Paragraph 6. The Secretary will facilitate regional consultations as an input into the work of the ad hoc technical expert group. Paragraph 7. The Secretary will facilitate the process and assist the ad hoc technical expert group in its work. Appendix 3. Chair's proposal for an amendment to Annex 1 of the International Treaty in accordance with its Articles 23 and 24. Article 1. Amendment to expand Annex 1. In Annex 1, the following paragraph shall be inserted after the list of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. Paragraph 1. In the exercise of their sovereign rights, the contracting parties agree that the multilateral system shall, in addition to the food crops and forages listed above, cover plant genetic resources for food and agriculture listed below, provided they are under management and control of the contracting parties and in the public domain and found in ex situ collections. Insert there the list of additional PGRFA. Appendix 4. Terms of reference. Ad hoc advisory group to the governing body on measures regarding DSI/GST within treaty implementation mechanisms. Paragraph 1. The terms of reference of the advisory group will be as follows. A. Explore ways and means to address expectations for sharing of monetary and non-monetary benefits from the use of DSI/GST on PGRFA through the implementation mechanisms, such as the SMTA and its payment options, available to the treaty, and other tools and mechanisms that can serve the treaty. B. Take stock of how DSI/GST on PGRFA is currently being generated and published and used in research and breeding, and liaise with the Scientific Advisory Committee on the Global Information System, (GLIS), of the international treaty to consider practical approaches that will facilitate interlinking DSI/GST databases with the GLIS of the international treaty. C. Consider practical approaches to enhance reporting on the operations of the multilateral system, considering DSI/GST on PGRFA. D. Consider measures to collaborate with the multilateral mechanism for the fair and equitable sharing of benefits from the use of digital sequence information, including the Kali Fund, established by the Conference of Parties of the Convention on Biological Diversity through Decision 16/2. Paragraph 2. The ad hoc advisory group will comprise up to 5 members each from the Africa region, Asia region, the Europe region, and the Latin America and Caribbean region, 3 from the Near East region, and 2 each from the North America region and the Southwest Pacific region. The advisory group may invite, as appropriate, experts to provide advice. Sorry for that. Paragraph 3, the Bureau of the 12th session of the governing body will appoint 2 co-chairs from the contracting parties of the international treaty, 1 from a developing country and 1 from a developed country. The 2 co-chairpersons shall be in addition to the members of the committee nominated by the regions. Paragraph 4. The ad hoc advisory group may hold up to 2 meetings in the biennium 2026 to 2027, subject to the availability of financial resources. Paragraph 5. The ad hoc advisory group will report back to the governing body on its work. Paragraph 6. The Secretary will facilitate the process and assist the ad hoc advisory group in its work. In addition to this draft resolution, I propose to address DSI/GST in the SMTA under the single access option, Annex 4, Article 10bis. Article 10bis, the recipient may make voluntary benefit sharing payments into the benefit sharing fund related to the use of DSI/GST of the material. There is a footnote that states, footnote 1, there is not yet an agreed definition of or official terminology for digital sequence information / genetic sequence data. With that, this is my complete proposal to you. As you will note, the friends and I, we indeed tried to bring all the different elements together. It is a very fine balance, and this is considered a package. If one element falls, all elements fall. So with that, I open the floor for interventions. And I would like to open the floor for general comments. United States, you have the floor. Okay, this was another other issue. Algeria, you have the floor. No. So Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank you for the effort that you have taken to generate the document before us for consideration. Although my preferred option could have been to have a similar resolution to ensure that the work, we push the work forward. Nevertheless, if the consensus is that we agree to the proposed resolution, then I will later have amendments to bring on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenya, Egypt, you have the floor.
Egypt, yes?
Egypt, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. To be honest, my government, on behalf of my government, I firmly contest raising an issue of that important, at this particular moment, at the last hour before closing, and knowing that next day people will travel, they have a jet lag, they have a flight. This is the most important issue in the whole agreement, in the whole body, and we leave it to the last moment, and tackling other things that are, in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of most of other countries, less important. Notwithstanding, of course, that the importance of discussing this in regional groups, but I think that this is an issue that should have been dealt with in the plenary. However, I had a proposal that I wanted to state, but I feel that the whole thing cannot be discussed in the right manner in such short time. We didn't see it even, and we saw other things less important with changes in words. I don't know, climate change or climate challenges, or things like this, and we didn't even put this into the agenda way before. So this is something that I regret, and I propose, because we don't have any other choice. We cannot keep discussing these 5 pages in the time we have left, or else we won't sleep. So what I suggest is to put all what you said between brackets and discuss it later, because we won't just put brackets under for certain terminologies. We will put brackets for the whole thing, and we will, as you said, we may discuss it. We should discuss it in the next time. But to leave this issue, this very critical issue, to this last minute, I think that this it wasn't really a very I mean, I wouldn't have done it this way. I mean, as for me, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Egypt, India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your efforts. I am here to raise the concern on behalf of several Asia developing countries and GURULAC and Near East. Chair, we came to Lima with a clear commitment to engage constructively and to work towards the enhanced and equitable multilateral system. We participated actively across all negotiating tracks and approached the discussion with openness and flexibility. However, with regard to the proposal to adopt a revised SMTA at this session, we would like to respectfully express our concerns. Chair, first of all, we are highly concerned with the process adopted to move the Chair's proposal for the revised SMTA, not placed in the plenary, not even in contact group, but at a FOC card in haste at very late last evening, and further revised one today, late evening, which has been presented. This has generated a lot of apprehension in minds of several contracting parties. At the start of this meeting, the draft SMTA before us was heavily bracketed and ran across many pages. Over the course of the week, there has been no line-by-line negotiation on the text. Substantially rewritten version received today is much shorter, with almost all brackets removed without discussion. This new text has neither been negotiated nor subjected to regional discussion or national consultation. It has also never been taken up in the contact group. Several countries are here with a small delegation without any legal support. Under these circumstances, it would be unreasonable to expect parties to endorse extremely complex and lengthy legal document. Moreover, even it is in its current form, the SMTA still contains critical unresolved elements related to payment architecture, DSI, GST provisions, confidentiality conflicts, Annexure 1 scope, several definitions in the text, etc. Chair, it appears logically necessary and procedurally sound that a legal contract such as SMTA be adopted only after consensus on the underlying policy issues is achieved to prevent future complication and creating an unimplementable instrument. However, we are concerned about the decision to continue moving forward despite the departure of numerous delegations. In our haste to build the bridge, we are being asked to construct the walkway superstructure without first deciding where the pillars will stand. There should not be any urgency to adopt the SMTA now, particularly when the proposal itself indicates that the full package will only reach completion at GB12. Asia developing countries, GURULAC and Near East, including India, would prefer to wait for the outcomes of the proposed intersessional activities. The basic principle of nothing is agreed unless everything is agreed must be followed in letter and spirit. Therefore, Chair, Asia developing countries and GURULAC and Near East respectfully propose that at most, we can only take note of the SMTA proposed by the friends of the Chair at this stage for possible consideration in future work. The comprehensive package be advanced through intersessional work with an aim to achieving a coherent, equitable, and implementable outcome of GB12. Chair, our regions remains fully committed to a constructive and balanced solution. Our goal is to design a pathway that addresses all issues comprehensively, ensures fairness between agro-biodiversity-rich and technologically advanced nations, balances public and private interest, strengthens farmer rights, and provides a clear, transparent, and implementable system for all parties, big and small, developed and developing. We stand ready to work toward a consensus package at GB12. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. India, United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And first, I want to thank you for your leadership and your engagement throughout the last 2 years and beyond, and your effort, your really concerted effort at this governing body to see this package over the finish line. The package itself has been discussed extensively leading up to this point, and then at this governing body, there were a number of parties here who you may not have seen throughout the week because we have been sequestered in rooms in the working group first, and then doing consultations on our own, and then at the direction of the chair, and then in the small group, and we really appreciate that those who were able to be there were engaging respectfully and all with the shared aim of trying to come up with something that we thought would be workable and that would be possible to come back and present in the hopes that it would be acceptable to all at this governing body. We share some of the discomfort raised by others, and there are parts of the proposal that are very difficult for the United States and for my region to consider. We made it clear from the start of the session that we did not have a mandate to extend the process beyond this session, and so we would need something that was concluded here in order to go back and justify that we have finished a part at least, and there may be work that needs to be ongoing, but it is not an extension of the full enhancement process. My region is prepared to adopt the SMTA, reflecting that there does still need to be some work done because there are parts in brackets that still need to be resolved, and that could be done at GB 12. But if we are not willing to take on this SMTA with the understanding that most of it, except for what is in brackets, is being accepted, and that we now are working on the other parts of the package as sort of a phased enhancement, but not an extended process, then we wouldn't be able to extend the process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The United States. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Uganda takes the floor for Africa. Africa appreciates your effort to find common ground and avail a package, however portioned, to take home in the spirit of continuing cooperation. However, there are some areas that we feel cannot deliver us across the bridge. And we feel strongly that the proposal you are making is not tenable, in fact, based on some of the interventions so far made. We believe that continuing to engage on the issues of enhancing the MLS do not end with the adoption of the SMTA or the expansion of the material in the MLS. The engagement to enhance the functioning of the MLS is much bigger than those two instruments, because even if we adopted them, we would continue to reflect on how they work or how they affect or impact other processes that we engage in. It's very evident that the fact that we have not had a very transparent reflection on the package of measures to enhance the MLS, we do not have a package. We cannot have an SMTA where we will reflect or decide on certain bracketed texts at the next GB. We feel that without clear outcome of what will transpire in the proposed advisory committees, we cannot commit to any package. In other words, the enhancement of the MLS is not yet ready. And it's not ready not because Africa does not want it to enhance, but because we have not used or nurtured the space of cooperation to arrive at a consensus that is blended with the diversity of our contracting parties. We do not think that the proposal to indirectly expand the list in the resolution that you propose is right. And it would require some time to reflect on text that has indications of an amendment and then subject it to further analysis in our regions. We have not had the opportunity to do so. So Africa, not only because the SMTA does not contain a full package, it feels that it is not ready because Africa supported a subscription option that has not been put in the resolution. Partly, it is what was important was the rates. Maybe, maybe not. Africa is not willing to adopt an SMTA and name it revised without a transparent process that allows debating and clear compromises, transparent compromises on the elements that we considered important for enhancing the MLS. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Uganda. I have Switzerland.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Chair. And allow me to start thanking you, also the two co-chairs of the working group, and all the friends of the co-chairs, the friends of the chair, all those groups that have met tirelessly this week to try to arrive at this balanced package that you propose. Switzerland came here at the GB with the firm intention of finalizing a package of measures. There's been long discussions in the working group here, and I think all regions have shared very candidly and very openly their positions. I fully understand the unease that is felt about the process the last days, but still it has built on the work of 12 years. It has built on the work of a very, very open and transparent working group process. And as you mentioned, the balance that is achieved in this chair's proposal is a delicate one. It contains elements that I think are uncomfortable for all regions, including for Switzerland or for Europe. But we still have the opportunity here of finalizing this. The package contemplates adopting what we can adopt and postponing already to GB12 certain elements. I think that is a very good basis for adopting what we can adopt here at the GB11. So this, but in short, Switzerland could support working on this balanced package, and we are fully ready to engage with all colleagues to get a good agreement here at GB11. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. I have Norway. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair.
No, we would like to echo other speakers, but now Switzerland, the latest one, in thanking you. You really had a complex issue on your table at this session. Yeah, very happy, appreciate that you organized this session so that we could start discussing this important topic already on our very first day, giving us as much as time possible, both formally and informal exchanges within regions and across regions. We had a long journey. Where we are now is building on something, terms of reference crafted when Oman generally hosted the 5th session in 2013. The process has had ups and downs, but and also some very downs. But luckily, when we were in India, we agreed to really make a new strengthened effort to finalize this enhancement process with a very clear mandate for the process. The process included really heavy work, intersessional work, many meetings of working groups, informal sessions as well. Norway would like to thank the co-chairs for those years of hard work, and also the Secretariat for all the efforts being put into it, in addition to colleagues in the working group. I think we have been able to really scrutinize all issues that are involved in this package and learn from each other. So when we arrived here, Norway also had the really hope that we were able to adapt the package. This was our mandate. We have to finalize the enhancement process now. So we also regret that we didn't achieve as much as we really wanted to. But I think it's also fair that we should really recognize all achievements made so far. We have gained many agreements, common understanding, and solved many issues. And one of them is to really coming a far way on the SMTA. So we are ready to adopt that one, even though we would have preferred to adopt all the elements at the same time. But we have identified some remaining issues, which I think you have drafted very kind of clear terms of reference for intersessional processes. So really understanding that it was a very narrow path. You have consulted with regions and really searched what other more common ground could be found than this. And I believe that you try to maximize how much we could find of common ground, and that's what your proposal is. And we are supporting it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Norway, I have Sweden. Sweden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to, I'm speaking on behalf of the European Regional Group, and we do agree with all the details that has been given by Switzerland and Norway. We came here in the faith of adopting a package, including all PGRFA, etc., etc. We are aware and recognize all work and compromises that have been made on this issue during the week, all the hours that has been spent. If the SMTA is not adopted at this session, we would like to propose that we take note of the SMTA in order not to lose all this work. We also are very hesitant to have further intersessional work at this time. It is of course very possible for contracting parties to reopen this issue in the future. And with that, I think I will end this statement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Sweden, Argentina, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My delegation shares many of the concerns that have been expressed at the same time, and partly because we were directly involved, we'd like to thank the huge effort of you and many delegations, or by you and many delegations. What's occurring right now, Mr. Chair, is that unfortunately we came together too late or very late, and this didn't provide the time for many delegations, even if they might have agreed with the text, that for them to make the necessary consultations. They didn't have time for that. My delegation, Mr. Chair, just as it understands and shares the concerns, believes that somehow the progress, because there has been progress at this session, somehow could be consolidated. We take note of some of the concerns regarding something sort of like a continuity or extension of the mandate. However, the Swedish delegation, which preceded me, made a suggestion which might be a base or a basis for exploration. Perhaps, sir, if the text would take note of the text of the SMTA that was presented, and there were to be prior consultations, or rather before the GB12, perhaps the parties could, without its constituting having to convene intersessional meetings or sessions, but yes, a meeting prior to GB12, then that would give the parties time to consider this text. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Argentina. I recognize Peru. Peru, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Peru is very aware, and it has been able to see the negotiations that have taken place for this proposal. As a proposal per se, the way that it's being proposed, it could be very interesting to be worked on in the future. The issue or the problem we have right now has already been expressed by several delegations, by GRULAC, by other regions, including GRULAC. In general, there are several parties to the treaty that do not agree with this proposal being adopted now. It's not something that's bad in the basis, but rather it's a question of time. There haven't been time to really process it. The appendices, it's very complex. The text, everything is complex. In line with this, we've seen in this room, and Peru also says so clearly right now, we have not reached consensus. The treaty is very explicit in the adoption of a document of this type. There has to be consensus, and clearly we do not agree with what has been expressed, and so therefore there are several countries that have clearly said that they would not be part of a consensus, and we don't see how this text could be adopted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peru. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for all the delegates that made interventions. I think I want to thank the Chair for being so bold, putting forward something that indeed we had very little time to look at. Coming into room yesterday evening suddenly with an SMTA after what we brought from July, and daring to condense the whole long resolution we had, really very bold. And I think our chair is from Switzerland. When you want to climb, and I'm from flatland, but when you want to climb, you need 2 fixed points, and with a third you can explore. Then you are kind of secure. You need 2 fixed points, then you can go ahead. We have the problem, we have no fixed point. We don't have any fixed point. And I think we have a chance to have now one maybe fixed point coming out of this meeting. We have a big mountain to climb. I think we all see that. And I think it is a chance to maybe have one point fixed that could help us to move forward while we need for sure one more, and we also want to fix the third one. So I would hope that all of us would be so bold to maybe now try to fix one and then be ready to move forward possibly in the future. But I think it's time that we try to settle one thing with this SMTA and having the resolution, and then we have at least something to move forward from. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I think we must all, and Brazil does that, recognize your efforts in guiding us towards building bridges, trying to find results, trying to find common ground. We saw that in the efforts to draft the resolution, which we believe is a product of reasonable compromises between regions, between parties. However, the same efforts in trying to build bridges and engaging and trying to be creative was not replied in the SMTA efforts. And this is very sad. We are all aware here that the SMTA is not a resolution. It is a legally binding contract. So it is understandable that delegations that were not involved in that process do not feel comfortable, even for delegations like mine delegation, who was involved in the process. We did not understand, and it was not made clear to us, the process in which the text was cleared and the decisions that were made regarding the brackets. We understand that we all wanted to reach a consensus here in Lima, and we worked effortless towards that, but the process did not meet the goal of having a balanced package. But I also wanted to echo the statements of the European group and also my colleague from Argentina, so that we find a way to make the most of the substantial work that has been done here in Lima. And maybe taking note of the SMTA might be a way to move forward. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further requests for the floor. So maybe let me take, I see Togo. Togo, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to echo those who have thanked you for your work. You have tried to take everyone into account by establishing the Friends of the Chair group. At the beginning of this meeting, however, we said that we've come here to contribute so that at the end of the conference we might have a consensual document. That means that I and others didn't come to just put forward our ideas. We came with those to move forward. And as the Africa group, we have 3 key areas to focus on. Relating to decisions that we want to be legally binding, and it's very difficult in very little time. I don't know how much time we've got left, but it's very little. It will be very difficult for us to take stock of what you've shared and move forward with it. So, candidly, we cannot say that we can accept this document. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci, Togo. I have France and Morocco and Germany, and then...
Oui, bonsoir, Monsieur le Président.
Good evening, Chair. I would like to thank you firstly for this package of measures. It's extraordinary in terms of the level of compromise within it, and I think that everybody who's contributed to this has put in a great deal of effort, and that should be applauded. We support this package of measures, and thank you once again.
Thank you, France. I have Morocco, Germany, Nepal, and the Netherlands, and then I think it's time to take stock and see what we can achieve today. Morocco, vous avez la parole.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair.
First of all, I would like to join my voice to thank you so much for your efforts and recognize all what you have done since the beginning of this governing body. Morocco first supports Africa's statement, first of all, as well as the statements from Asia and developing countries, Near East and GRULAC. What I want to tell today, this is my first governing body, but we are still learning. The adoption of SMTA today, now, for me, it's not ready. It's clearly an immature draft with numerous things to improve. There are some definitions that are not clear, confidentiality clauses, weak non-monetary benefit sharing obligations, not legally sound withdrawal and dispute settlement clauses. So what happens if we adopt this SMTA today? We will not lock this SMTA for several years from now, and we will have to suffer with these issues. No SMTAs need to be reconsidered next governing body. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Le Maroc. Germany, you have the floor.
So, thank you, Chair. And first of all, Germany aligns itself fully with the statement presented by EIG. Having said that, I would very much like to echo what others have said in thanking you, Chair, for all your efforts and most of all for your endurance in trying to bring us to a solution at this governing body. Chair, we are here after 12 years. It had already been said we started this discussion in Oman in 2013, 12 years of intensive work and discussions. We had numerous working groups. We have hundreds of pages of background documents, of studies, of figures on all kinds of the package we are talking about here. We had an extremely intensive work during the last biennium by the working groups, really to put things together. So we were really coming to this meeting and hoping that we can have a final outcome here. So I think it has been said by others. I think what you presented to us today, Chair, that is what was to be reached during this meeting. Honestly, we were a bit disappointed that we could not make an agreement on the amendment process, but we are in full confidence as the process, as you outlined it for the next biennium, may be concluded successfully until GB12. But on the other hand, we need to make sure that we will not start again all the discussions we had all over the years here. And we really, if we are not able to settle the main points during this meeting, after all these discussions, I think we do not see a perspective to support the whole process any further. So, Chair, we would be ready to accept the package as you just presented it, with good confidence that the work on the amendment will come to a successful outcome until GB12. And we trust in the willingness of other parties to show the same spirit. Thank you.
Thank you. Germany and Nepal, followed by the Netherlands. Nepal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. We align with the statement made by the India on behalf of the Asia, Gulak, and Near East. Nepal is also assistant to move ahead with the adoption of the revised SMTA at this GB. We also have written some points through email. So in this position, in this context, we are not in a position to adopt unless we discuss in the home ground and take a revised mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Nepal, the Netherlands, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Chair. We also would like to thank the chair of this meeting and the co-chairs of the Open and the Working Group, Sunil and Michael, for all the efforts they have put in in this work to come to a solution that is agreeable to everyone. We have very actively participated in the working groups, and we really came here with the hope and even the expectation that we would come to a good solution here. We are a little bit disappointed that we didn't get as far as we hoped we would get, but we still think that the package proposed now by the chair is good, and we support this package. And therefore, we align ourselves with the statement made earlier by the ERG. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. The Netherlands, I had closed the list, but I still have two contracting parties. So Italy, followed by North Korea, and then I think it's time to see what we can do here. Italy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The meeting began with many expectations for the announcement of the MLS. We thank you for your efforts to reach a shared solution, and we thank the co-chair of the intersessional group who worked tirelessly to prepare the documentation for this important meeting. Unfortunately, we take note of the lack of the consensus. We regret that it was not possible to approve the 3 hotspots on which we had focused, but in a spirit of compromise, we are willing to support your proposal. Italy is ready to work on this proposal with commitment and a sense of responsibility to reach a shared solution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Italy and Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are South Korea. Republic of Korea
also would like to join the previous speakers in commending your excellent leadership and unwavering patience. Korea failed about 30 hours to give a birth to or contribute to giving a strong baby born. However, it is extremely grateful to witness this failure. Since the start of this negotiation, Korea has witnessed several countries on both sides draw their own red lines or throw some food which the other side cannot digest at all. Korea looks forward to having a table with wholesome food to feed the world soon, if possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Korea, and my apologies for making that mistake. Must be a little bit tired. Thank you very much for all your interventions. I think the interventions have very much shown that it is indeed difficult on such a complex issue to get consensus. I noted statements of opposition to approve, of statements who say we need to adopt, otherwise there is no process at all, and statements saying let's take note of the SMTA. And I think in all that, hearing that, indeed getting to consensus, I think, is difficult. But if we don't get consensus tonight, we lose everything. There is no process going forward if we don't find consensus soon. There will not be a consideration as proposed on DSI and how we can integrate DSI considerations in the instruments and tools the treaty has available. If we don't find consensus, there is no draft revised SMTA, because we would take note of the work of the working group, and that would be it. And if we don't find consensus, there will not be an amended and enlarged coverage of the multilateral system. So what my proposal does, it tries to bind these three things together, enable a process to deep dive in DSI and come forward with a better solutions than what we have been able to agree on. We haven't been able to agree on anything, basically, on DSI. In the SMTA I present to you, there is at least a reference to it. In the draft resolution I present to you, there are several references to it with which we can work. There is a process in there with which we can work on DSI. There is a process in there on working together to establishing a broader list in Annex 1 that comes closer to what the treaty wants. The treaty wants promote sustainable agriculture and food security. It offers us the criteria to enlarge the list of food security and interdependence. And I think we would lose these opportunities if we don't try to find a way forward. And but I also heard the need for more time to consider what I present to you with the tremendous work of the working group, and then this week of the plenary of the contact group, of a smaller group that went through this SMTA and checked it technically, whether technically that would be possible. So I think we still need to see. So I do understand that there is a need to have a little bit more time to maybe study it, maybe look at it, understand it, maybe even discover that this instrument, I fully trust Michael and Sunil, the co-chairs who were working very heavily on this, that they actually offered us a good SMTA. So I do understand the need for more time before taking a decision, adopting. On the other hand, we have a contracting parties here that say no, we don't want to have a process at all on this. But they came here to say either we adopt the entire package or we don't adopt anything and we stop the process. So in between we need to find something. So I don't think that establishing a process on the SMTA will bring us any further on the SMTA itself. We discussed it 12 years, we turned it around, we shook it, we turned it on the head again, we came back to earlier proposals, we moved along. We had a thorough legal scrub by an excellent team of legal experts as well. So I think we need to capture this in a way and not try to continue the negotiations on the SMTA as we did that over the last 12 years, because you delivered basically a very good basis for an SMTA through 14 meetings of the working group, I think it was. So, and I think what we also see that there developed willingness to continue to work, but on the other two hotspots that we identified, no, not so much on the SMTA, but on DSI and on the amendment of Annex 1. So having said that, as a try to seek consensus and try also to understand that there are contracting parties that actually wanted to approve an SMTA now and stop the full process, and being willing under the condition of having an adopted SMTA to continue to work on the hotspot DSI and on the enlargement of Annex 1. I think trying to combine that, I would propose to you that we don't adopt the revised standard transfer material agreement, but that we approve it with a view to adopt it at the 12th session of the governing body. This would mean we take the SMTA as I presented it to you in Appendix 1 of my proposal. You have time to study, analyze the SMTA, form your opinion, and then come back to Governing Body 12 for approval, for adoption of that SMTA. I think that's somehow trying to build that very fine bridge we can build. If we don't build that bridge here, we will lose the entire package, just to make that clear. So my proposal will be to approve with a view to adopt at the 12th session of the governing body the SMTA. Thank you. Germany, you have the floor.
Yes, yeah. Thank you for your recommendation, for your spirit of looking for compromise. it's more of a question. Could you give us some advice? What does it mean really to approve something which will only then be adopted? Does that mean that, I mean, there are some square brackets in the SMTA, which I understand are still open to be solved at the next governing body. But would approve mean that, in fact, the whole SMTA is open again and we start all the discussions we had during the last 2 or more years again? Or is there some kind of limitation on what can be changed if something is approved here? Could you maybe give us some advice on that?
I take Uganda first and then I respond. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And we commend you for still pushing us to a resolution that would at least keep us cooperating. And we also heard from the floor that there were proposals to note, and the question would be if we approve for adoption, then how do we accommodate other elements? Our thinking was that we would note and encourage the process of reflecting on those elements which we cannot agree on and conclusively decide whether to move forward with the strong points or not. But we feel that the whole exercise of arriving at that compromise against the texts that you presented to us at the beginning of the GB did not yield. And in the process, there's a lot of learning, there's a lot of clarity, but because it was involving fewer people, it requires a bit of time for regions to reflect and indeed understand that that is the direction. We therefore think that the earlier proposal to note and encourage the reflection or the consideration of outcomes of those engagements at the next GB, decisively decide on how those are incorporated into the SMTA would be a viable direction. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Uganda, I have Ecuador, followed by the United States. Ecuador, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, as we are tired and wanting to go home, we know we all feel like that. But on your proposal, we'd like to support Argentina and Brazil about what they said on the adoption. I think we could take note of it, and I'd like to explain why we could take note of it. According to your proposal, for which we're very grateful, I do acknowledge your work, and not only now, but over many years, we're very grateful for your commitment to this process, the co-chairs in the MLS group who've fought very hard and sacrificed family time, amongst other things, to be able to achieve something. We're very grateful for all that. But the fact is that reviewing this fairly quickly, because the chair's proposal on the SMTA came to us recently, we are taking for granted that then there will be two systems, single access and the subscription system. And as you know, there are countries that haven't yet decided whether they want that dual system, and that's why it's difficult to approve or adopt an SMTA. in Ecuador's case, we would have to conduct further consultations because we supported and do support a subscription system, not a single access system. We'd have to consult with our capitals, we'd have to go back home and then look at what options there are. What I do want to say to you is that your proposal on the various aspects of this shouldn't be set aside. There are some very positive elements in that proposal. For example, the idea of a descriptive list of what we're going to work on. I think that's a very productive approach, and that's something that we shouldn't set aside. I don't agree that we should set everything aside. I think we should see a way forward. Approving or adopting isn't a way forward for the reasons that I've just explained, but we do thank you for your work and commitment, and Ecuador will continue to be willing to move forward productively. Thank you.
Thank you, Ecuador. I have the United States.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The United States also has questions about what it would mean to approve with the view to adopt the SMTA at the next governing body. And listening to other parties, it seems like there's similar questions on what that would mean for the chair's proposal, SMTA. And we also note that the proposals for the other elements in the chair's package for intersessional work were only available for consideration today. So we had very little time to consider and consult and to get comfortable with the ideas contained within. And in fact, we're not entirely comfortable, but we recognize that we were giving up some comfort in the interest of trying to make progress. And so our willingness to accept that intersessional work really did hinge on being able to approve the SMTA, or at least have some confidence that there would be a willingness to use this and to have it, the things that aren't in brackets have, an acceptance that is set and isn't going to be reopened. We have been a part of the process for many years and have discussed all of the issues many times over, and are not convinced that it would be constructive to come back and be reopening the SMTA at GB12. However, we could take note if we are taking note of the whole proposal, and not providing specific direction for things to happen in the next biennium. But we think that there are some really great ideas in the chair's compromise proposal, and we wouldn't want any of that thinking to be lost. But we're not prepared to go forward with the intersessional work that's contained in the proposal without having the SMTA adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this. Maybe let me explain what that would mean, approve with a view to adopt. It's a little bit similar with what we're actually doing here. We approve recommendation and then we adopt them at a later stage, which gives contracting parties the opportunity to look into the draft that was just approved and come forward with any major issues they might have, and find that this has not been correctly reflected. So it provides you with an opportunity to check whether that what you're gonna adopt is indeed that what you expected. So that's the process. That means, as you have heard, there is no willingness to move forward with a process if we don't flag at least flag with a view to adopt the SMT. I think the process of approve with a view to adopt provides the opportunity to everybody to look through the text, understand the text, may ask questions, and come back to the governing body for adoption. And I think that's what this my last proposal would offer everybody to do. And this would also offer to safeguard the process, the other processes on the hotspots where we were even less advanced than with the SMTA. And I'm really confident, I have to say, really confident that SMTA you find in Appendix 1 actually will respond to many of your questions you might have. And it will probably not cover everything. Nobody will find the SMTA as wanted. That's I think the result of 12 years of trying to find compromise. So I really indeed, with my proposal to approve with a view to adopt at the governing body session 12 provides this opportunity to do more work on the other two hotspots which are needed, and both groups, one an expert group and one advisory group to the governing body, they will come forward with their conclusions, their recommendations, and the governing body 12 will have the opportunity to take them on board. And this is all in the areas where we had the biggest questions. It was with regard to DSI, how can we better address that in the SMTA? It is with regard to the amendment of the scope. So you have that possibility to do that, but I think we need to agree now how do we deal with the SMTA. And I think what I heard, what you need is more time to go through it and consider it and look at that. I'm convinced and confident that you will find that instrument workable, that you find that instrument at least as good as the current SMTA in terms of operations of the daily work of a gene bank manager. You will find that this SMTA provides the opportunity for predictable and greater flow of benefit sharing to the benefit sharing fund. So once again, I urge you, in order not to lose everything, to go with approve with the view to adopt. I think we cannot go beyond that. Thank you. I see there is no request for the floor. I have Norway.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think we are considering your proposal because I think like all delegates had come here with the different mandates, and we all had our different expectations, and now we have to adjust quite quickly to how things evolve and also to see how far we could get here. So listening to your advice then to go for this approve with a view to adopt, would still we could still consider that we had made major achievements now. It will give time to review to look into the SMTA and get familiarized with it. I am sure we will find many things that are not perfect with it, and I'm sure that all of us will find things we are not so happy with, but it's with the understanding that we will be ready to adopt it, because we want a new SMTA entering into force with a far better benefit sharing mechanism than the current SMTA. So that is really clear in it. So hopefully that. And then we have finalized in a way that SMTA part, and then we could go along with your proposal on how to have intersessional work on the two other work streams. Thank you, Chair.
Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colombia thanks your work and your effort to create bridges and to bring this proposal to all parties. We think this document can be a good starting point to continue working. However, today, as we've seen here in the room, it doesn't reflect consensus, but we don't want to lose everything. For a country that just ratified the treaty, it's indispensable to have a minimum amount of time to completely analyze and to have internal consultations with communities in our country. We consider to accept a decision, even if it's going to be ratified at the next meeting, it needs time to analyze and be able to decide. Colombia wants to continue learning and contributing and building. We have a deep commitment with our communities and with the full implementation of the treaty. We can construct or build a stronger system, but this requires time, not speed. This is why we suggest that we take note and continue working during the intersessional period. We really thank you for your work and proposal, but we cannot support the text as it now stands. Thank you very much.
Peru, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Peru, first of all, would like to express that it fully supports what has been said by Colombia. It can also not be part of a consensus. And this is because, as far as we understand, because it's a bit difficult to understand everything that's being posited right now. It's a procedure that's a bit difficult to follow. But what we understand is that this text, although it may not be approved today, would still, basically, we would be closing it, so to speak. In other words, the text could no longer be negotiated. It would remain as it is. So we wouldn't be negotiating the text. That's what I'm understanding. Maybe I'm wrong, because we haven't had enough time to fully analyze what this new proposal that is being proposed by the chair. But if that's the situation, that we are talking about a text that is closed, so to speak, and that will be approved in the future, then Peru can also not be part of a consensus in the same way that Colombia expressed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. Switzerland.
Thank you, Chair. And I commend you for your relentless efforts for finding a consensus. Indeed, we came here ready to approve all the elements of the package. We understand the situation now. And I think many have expressed there's a lot of extremely valuable work on the table, and we certainly would not like that to be wasted. On the other hand, I think you also expressed it quite well. we don't think there is a space for intersessional work on the SMTA. We've been discussing this document for 12 years. I don't think 2 more years of discussing it in an intersessional period would lead to a significantly better result that is more balanced. So I think the path you suggest is something we could certainly contemplate to approve with a view to adopt. And this also would allow us to continue the very important sessional work that has been suggested on the other elements that have not fully yet matured at this stage for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Switzerland, Argentina, you have the floor.
Chair, we are losing delegations and we run the risk of being very few, and then also have the challenge of not being so many, and other delegations saying that we adopted a decision at the very last minute. My delegation, as I said, shares the concerns about the way in which we handled this at this session. At the same time, we share the concern about losing. So we believe that there might be a way of expressing that we take note of the progress made, and we take the text for finalize the Rev SMTA at GB12. And as I said before, we understand that some delegations do not foresee an intersessional process, but maybe we could have a 2-day meeting before GB12 to produce the final version of what we have. So in a way, we would be freezing in the sense that the text in principle is this one. And we might need to include some or introduce some adjustments, but we're not going to work on the basis of another text. So honestly, I don't see any other way at this moment, and we are all representatives of states, and we need to understand when something is not totally ready, but that we're very close. So at this point, my delegation is still ready to work on expressing that we're very close on this one, but that we can finalize in GB12 and adopt. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Argentina, having listened to you, I really make the very final proposal in order to try to capture everything, what you said, that I think if you need time to look at this SMTA and you're only ready to take note today, there needs to be a commitment that you take note with a view to adopt at GB12. And I think it is within, and there will not be an organized process in between. And I take very much the understanding very, very seriously of Argentina, and I share that there may be the one or the other wiggle point that needs to be amended somehow, but otherwise that this is a good SMTA, so that it's not completely frozen, the text, but I think it's solid enough to be confident that it doesn't melt away. So I would say we take note with a view to adopt at GB 12 of the revised SMTA contained in Appendix 1. I mean, we base it on the wording I have, and we just change takes note with a view. I think we cannot go further either way. We cannot lose the willingness to adopt. We cannot lose the willingness or the understanding that we have a solid text before us. And I think that's also a question of trusting each other, that you will be able to adopt this SMTA at the next governing body session. So that's my final proposal. If that doesn't fly, I will note that my proposal as amended just now was rejected, and we will report a note in the report that the governing body took note of the work, that the governing body thanks the co-chairs and the working group for their effort, and that would be it. Thank you very much. Can I please have a clean list here? I made now a proposal, and I need to see now whether I find consensus on that proposal now, or we let it go. Please clean the screen. Thank you very much. I submit to you that proposal I just made for agreement. I don't see any request for the floor, so agreed. Thank you very much. I tried. Of course, you have a little bit more time. I have many. We shouldn't lose quorum, so please be very short and very focused in your interventions when now you respond to this my final proposal. We take note with a view to adopt at GB 12. That will be my final proposal. Otherwise, my proposal is rejected. I have Uganda. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I hope you will accommodate some reflection on your proposal. Take note with a view to adopt. We would rather that you take note of the outstanding issues with a view to adopt, because the outstanding elements that have not had attention ought to be considered. So taking note of the outstanding elements relevant to enhancing the MLS in the SMTA with a view to adopt. Maybe I'm editing your text, but my issue is I would like you to capture why we are taking note and not just keeping the text. Thank you, Chair.
Uganda, thank you very much for your attempt to edit my proposal. With the formulation I've chosen and the other elements that are included in my proposal, I think you have ample time to consider all the elements you want to consider. Thank you. I have Chile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, my delegation would like to thank you for all of your commitment and the work during the period, as well as all the other delegations. Relative to your proposal, we have a question. What will be the work, the document to be worked on in the future? Because the one that you've presented now, we haven't had the time to review it because it's just been presented. And from a quick reading, we've seen that there are some brackets that have been, and some topics that had been discussed in the working group. So my question is, if in future work we're only going to be reviewing what's in brackets, or will there be a possibility to be able to discuss text that is not in brackets, that were not discussed during this session, but is part of your proposal? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Chile of Peru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Peru is in line with what Chile has just said. Yeah, even if there are important elements that can be kept in this proposal, in effect, yes, to this proposal that's to be approved and then adopted, it's still a text that has been distributed with very little time, and we've had very little time to study it, and with respect to which we don't have the time window to be able to really review it, because the approval of this document now closes that window. This is something that Peru wants to make clear. The approval process to then adopt implies closing the negotiation and dialogue window to then go on to a phase where only that text ends up being a package for adoption, the entire text. It doesn't address the concerns that were mentioned today, which is why Peru can only contemplate the taking note because of what has already been mentioned. Peru cannot support this approval in Lima. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Peru, India, followed by France, Egypt, Tuvalu, United States, Argentina, Morocco, and Norway.
Thank you, Chair. I think the time is very critical for everybody, and everybody is asking for that more time to reflect upon, and a lot of work has gone into it, and the process which was started in India, and nobody wants to forego the enormous work which have been done. But it would be appropriate that we look at the package as a whole, and we go through all the elements thoroughly in a balanced manner, or not freezing anything at this moment, which does not seem to be that proper at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. India, France, vous avez la parole.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, we're still consulting.
Merci beaucoup. Egypt, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you for your tremendous effort, and we're grateful for what you did. Egypt takes. First of all, I commend what India says, and I reiterate that we need to look at things and take time. Things cannot be. We cannot just adopt it or that easily. So Egypt takes note of the chair's proposal and the views expressed during this session, invites contracting parties to submit any written views or comments they may wish to provide on the enhancement of the multilateral system based on documents already before the government body, requests the Secretary to compile these submissions and make them available to all contracting parties prior to the 12th session, decides to defer further consideration on the enhancement of the multilateral system to its 12th session on the basis of the existing documentation and the compiled submissions. But of course, as I said at the beginning, we need time. It can't just we need some time. Thank you.
Thank you, Egypt. Tuvalu, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman, for the opportunity, and also Tuvalu would like to acknowledge the leaderships of your, as a chairman of this TB11 and your secretary, so we appreciate your support, and also to all the friends of the chairs and the meeting groups for all the effort. So, as with the interest of time, Tuvalu support your recommendation, and we'll take note, as you mentioned, so we'll take note of that, and then we'll support your recommendation by the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuvalu, United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We appreciate the effort, and I go back to my earlier comments noting, I mean, we recognize clearly there are still, you know, reservations about the proposed SMTA text, and I think they are understandable and valid. We also had expressed that we have reservations about other parts of the package, and so we wouldn't be in a position to just take note of a piece, but we could take note of the whole package without making a specific recommendation for what should be done with it going forward. And that, I think, is what we can do at this session. I would like to say that we do believe that there could be reflections in the report from this governing body that note the significant progress that we feel like was made at this session based on the work that happened, and that there was a true effort to find